Mic check, 1 2. Mic check, 1 2. All right, looks like we got the mic going on right now. And as the mic is going on right now, it is in the second round between Naimov and Santos going on right now in this full coverage of UFC 223 live in Las Vegas, which is why I have the background, well, sort of an AI background of UFC 300, by the way, brought to you exclusively from StreamYard, right? So they just basically wrote on there, hey, you know, what kind of background do you want? I just wrote epic UFC scene. Next thing you know, they just pull up some random fight that probably doesn't even, regard anyone real, right? In this AI picture of what seems to be UFC 300. But on any regard, speaking of which, we got a real fight going on in the background right now with Naimov and Santos in the second round. 106, 105, 102 in the second round right now. All right, so 45 seconds left into the second round. Pretty good fight so far. Oh, little side kick right there. Looks like one of those sweet chin musics from Naimov right there. Naimov goes in, shoots in for a takedown right here. Santos clinches him off. All right, here we go, guys. Round number 3 between Naimov and Santos right here. Round number 3. All right, there's a low kick right there by Muhammad Naimov. Sort of circling right around Santos. Oh my goodness, he just knocked down Naimov. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Out of nowhere, he finishes Naimov right there. Just hooks off him, and then out of nowhere, he knocked him down. Wow, man. Very good finish by Santos on that one. It was literally out of nowhere. Yeah, that was a very surprising finish right there, man. Shout out to everyone around the world that's in the chat. That came out of nowhere. Let's take a look at where that shot had came from right here. Yeah, 6 in a row right now for Santos. Let's see if they show any type of highlights behind that. Okay, so here it is. As I was saying, Naimov was circling around. He sort of had an overhand right that overextended himself, to which Santos came in there with a counter shot and then knocked him down. After that, finished him. So, okay, here we go. He's hits him with that jab. And then okay, so it's a 1-2 shot. It was basically a 1-2 shot, took him down. But that is because Naimov just overextended himself. A very impressive win for Santos right here. A great way to start the first fight of the evening. All right, man. So let's see what the official time is on this one. So 21 seconds of the third round. Yeah, like just 21 seconds into the third round. All right, so coming up next is Mansour Abdul Malik and Antonio Troccoli. So Joe Rogan is saying that it was a one-punch knockout. Not necessarily. It was more like how do I say this? More like not one knockout. I'm gonna say a 1-2 shot. Look, it's a 1-2 shot. He hit him right there with a jab, and then came over with the overhand right afterwards. He's saying that the weight that he had missed was nothing more than a miscalculation of some sort. So he says that he's not going to allow something like that to happen again. We shall see. All right, man. So there it is, man. In the books, first fight of the evening, third round knockout by Santos. And then next, we got Abdul Malik taking on Antonio Troccoli. Very exciting middleweight matchup that we got in front of us right here. And then obviously after that is Ubu Aslan taking on EU Brunonsky. Man, very good card, man. Very good card. I would say. I think it's a great card. If you are a hardcore fan, you would understand why these card placements are where they're at, especially the Edson Barboza fight. You got Jailin Turner in there. As I was saying in the preview show, that fight right there would probably be right around a 50-50 right now. Whereas maybe last year or a couple of years ago, Jailin Turner versus Edson Barboza would be an easy win for Jalen Turner. Now, why is it that it would be, let's say, a much easier win uh, for Jalen Turner? Why do I say that? Well, because I'm sorry, why it's not an easier win this time around, and why it was a couple of years ago. Obviously, Jalen Turner was very active a couple of years ago, right? And then a year ago, and then he decided to have a little bit of that time off. We'll see how that affects him. Maybe that helped him in a way where he's fully well rested and now can go in there with a higher sense of proficiency, higher sense of recovery, and probably a much better sense of performance, right? Having an optimal state of performance to go in there, but we shall see. So right now, Troccoli and Abdul Malik is what we got next. All right, so Troccoli's walking out to the cage right now, and we await Abdul Malik right up next. I'm watching a lot of people don't know that UFC has deals with the zone, right? Not too many people know that, right? I guess it would depend on what country you are in. And yeah, I think Italy is the one that has the zone for the UFC. That's what, yeah, that's what I think. Um, Maybe Italy or who knows. All right, so we now just await Abdul Malik to walk down into the cage. All right, so Mansour Abdul Malik is making his way into the cage right now. So, man, it's going to be a very interesting matchup, I will say. All right, so Abdul Malik is now walking into the cage right now, and a little interesting fact about Abdul Malik is he's walking into the cage. So obviously, he is being walked out with Colby Covington, right? Walking out there with some chains and this and that. I believe that he trains with MMA Masters. So if he is training with Colby Covington, then yeah, more than likely he is training with MMA Masters, or maybe with America Top Team. Maybe they do a bit of what you would call, I guess, little cross training between them. But on either regard, all right, here we go. Abdul Malik and Troccoli right now in the middleweight division. All right, so only one draw in the entire career of Mansour Abdul Malik right now. And by the way, we will be here, full coverage of this fight right here. Punch by punch, clinch by clinch, kick by kick, takedown by takedown. Here we go. All right, round number one. All right. So there's Abdul Malik. Oh, wow. Overhand right starts away with Abdul Malik. Abdul Malik shoots in for a takedown, takes it in right away. So once again, kind of shows you what sort of skills Abdul Malik trains with Colby Covington, right? The double leg that sort of consisted of sort of counter shooting, right? Meaning that they go for, let's say, a strike of some sort. You catch them at the right time, shoot your levels, change your levels, shoot down after changing those levels. Now here's Abdul Malik right up top right now, looking to get right on full mount position right now already. Okay, now Troccoli's sort of scrambling out. Oh, wow, what is this? He's got a guillotine out of nowhere, gets a guillotine out of nowhere. Abdul Malik gets a guillotine choke out of nowhere. As soon as he was giving his head right there, right, just gave his head. I mean, you know what? It's crazy. I've seen positions like that where a lot of guys get in that position. The very minimum, what they would be doing is sort of fighting, hand fighting that position, right? That front lock choke or that guillotine front lock choke he had going on. So, okay, how did it go? Double leg by Abdul Malik, takes him down on the ground. Okay, now as Troccoli was having sort of a chance of getting up, here he is. He gives up his neck. Abdul Malik seizes the opportunity, gets a guillotine choke, and man, he gave no fight out whatsoever with that. I was very surprised. But nonetheless, man, great win for Abdul Malik. Very good win. Very good win. And big ups on just being able to notice that right away. A little louder on that applause. All right, man. Well, these fights are going in and out, and okay, so you know what? Before we get into the next fight, let me show you one of the latest videos I got right now. Wait just a second. Wait for this video, okay?
Adobe Acrobat Studio is all new. What can PDF spaces with AI do for your marketing needs in one spot? An AI assistant? Show me what you got. AI breakdowns on trend reports. Unlock key insights on the rise of shorts. Ideate, generate, do it all in one. Do that, doing that, did that, done.
Don't just take classes, take charge. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
We're going to analyze that, and we're going to find out if Tom Aspinall is claiming that the doctors in the UAE knew nothing about eyes, and he said that he had better care when he went back to the UK. We're going to analyze that, and we're going to find out if Tom Aspinall is lying or not. Now, for what it's worth, let's take a look at what Google AI has to say about the doctor services, in particular, the eye doctor services of the UAE. It says here, yes, the UAE, particularly Abu Dhabi and Dubai, have excellent eye doctor services. The country has emerged as a leading destination for ophthalmology, offering world-class facilities, internationally trained specialists, and cutting-edge technology to provide comprehensive eye care for both residents and international patients. Now, what exactly does international patients mean? Well, in this case, it means none other than Mr. Tom Aspinall, okay, who was getting his butt handed to him right before he complained of a double eye poke, right? So he says that the other eye looks as worse as the other one, but the one that got poked was not actually the one that looked worse. Well, from what it looks like, it seems maybe that Cyril Gahn was bussing you up on the feet, and perhaps maybe you had no answer to it, and as a result, you decided to quit. And then what does he do in the process? Tom Aspinall calls his haters miserable people, and in particular, low-life people who want to drag successful people down. You know what? Unfortunately, he is right about that. There are people out there who absolutely want to drag you down and are absolutely miserable about their lives. He's absolutely correct about that. There is no mistake about Tom Aspinall saying that. However, in the midst of all the smoking mirrors, let's also take a look at how the UK compares to the UAE when it comes to having eye specialists. All right, so this time around, let's frame the question into something a little bit different, right? Does the UAE have better eye doctor services than, let's say, the UK eye doctors, right? And the answer is, well, it is difficult to definitively say whether the UAE has better eye doctor services than the UK, as it depends on specific criteria for comparison, such as technology, cost, accessibility, and the quality of care. Dubai is known for its high-tech, modern facilities and advanced technologies in eye care. The UAE often provides quicker and more accessible appointments than in some other countries, but the quality of individual care can vary, with some sources noting disparities based on factors like nationality. Okay, so what he's trying to say here, or at least whatever this AI here is trying to say, is that in this last part right here, okay, with some sources noting disparities based on factors like nationality. So is it that maybe Tom Aspinall was discriminated in the UAE because he was a non-Muslim, or maybe he was treated a little bit better because, well, Tom Aspinall is what the UAE would classify as a person of special skills. For example, they bring in people from around the world that have special skills, such as doctors, such as engineers, let's say pilots, right? These are very skilled people that the UAE needs and they want in their country. That also includes in that list fighters, right? Tom Aspinall is part of that list. Some other famous boxers that train and compete out of the UAE, they are part of that list. Celebrities, certain actors, certain musicians, maybe people that have a residency when it comes to, let's say, doing tour dates, musical tour dates or concerts in the UAE, right? They have those. So, in other words, the disparities that's going to come upon Tom Aspinall as a world heavyweight champion is very minimal, okay? Now, that's the reality of this situation. However, let's take a look at how the UK, in comparison to the UAE, basically, who has the better healthcare services, right? Let's take a look at what people say about the UK's healthcare services.
Like, oh, I've got a cold, I'm going to go to the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
But your local doctor will have a very long waiting list. So sometimes you could be sick today and only see your doctor in 2 weeks' time when you feel better.
Right.
So I started doing the FaceTime doc. And you
Teledoc, phone a doc, phone a friend.
Call a docky doc, something like that. But I mean, there were so many options starting to come into the market that I would get an appointment within 4 hours. Just say, hey, yo, nose is not great. Oh, get a little bit of that spritz, as Morgan would say.
In the UK, how does the healthcare system work?
Free, well, it's just national healthcare. So you pay taxes, obviously, but you don't pay to go see the doctor. It's crazy though. It has its pros and cons.
What are the pros?
The pros
obviously you don't pay for it.
Yeah, you can.
So look, I'm going to let you decide who has the better healthcare system, right? An athlete who lives or works in the UAE, in this case, Tom Aspinall working there temporarily for that short moment of time, or the UK, where, by the way, yes, the UK did a very good job of taking care of Tom Aspinall's knee when he got that busted during the Curtis Blades fight. Yes, they did a very good job of that. All of that was free because remember, Tom Aspinall was not exactly a millionaire fighter at that current moment of stage, was he? However, you got to understand there are some factors that we need to take a look at here. Is Tom Aspinall lying? Is he protecting himself? Or are the fans right about all the things that they are saying about him? Being a quitter, being the type of guy that is working for his best interests. And quite frankly, I mean, really, what is wrong with that as a fighter, right? You sort of want to work for your best interests in mind. You're not out there trying to purposely damage yourself all for the enjoyment of the fans. Well, that is, of course, unless you are a Justin Gaethje type of fighter. That is, of course, unless you're a Vanderlei Silva type of fighter, a Mickey Ward type of fighter, right? One of those blood and guts fighters that puts it out there all on the line. Let's hear what Tom Aspinall had to say about all of these particular subject matters at hand, and let's decide, well, you decide for yourself as the audience how you want to take a look at this situation.
If I would have carried on and got knocked out, would have been like, his ego's too big. He shouldn't have carried on. Like, these are just haters. They're just haters. Like, I've got so many loyal fans, so many positive people around me. My inner circle is so positive and good that I'm just trying to focus on that rather than these like low life people who just want to drag successful people down to their level. Like, I'm the frigging heavyweight champion of the world. Don't you forget it. I earned my way to get into this spot. I've got multiple records in the UFC, and I did shit that most of these people couldn't even dream of doing. So that's why they're trying to drag me down. Just move on with it, because I've been quiet for a long time. I'm aware that I need to update people, and then like we can talk about it and move on. Because so after this week, I'm not even going to bother with it. But I got a double eye gouge, so it wasn't even like an eye poke. It was like an eye gouge. So both eyes, the left eye, my left eye, the left eye looked worse, but the right eye is the one that the most damage. So I'm still, there we go. Look at that. I'm like a friggin' human bowling ball there. Big shout out to MMA Guru who said that I'm like a human bowling ball. It's like, the one that looked deeper actually did the least damage.
Okay. And so,
all right. So now let's hear what Tom Aspinall had to say about, let's say, his symptoms, right? What are some of the symptoms that he is experiencing as all of this is going on? Because I want you to decide for yourself whether he is lying or not, right? That is the reason why I titled this, Decide for Yourself, okay? Because you decide for yourself whether he is ducking or whether he is just trying to maybe get in a fight at the White House, right? Very similar to what Ilia Topuria has going on right now, right? Ilia Topuria right now is in a situation where, let's say he is, in a bit of a crisis in his life, personal life, right? I'm not going to get into it. I'm not one of these people that likes to get into the personal lives of other people. I think you already know what it is. The bottom line is they're going to save him for the White House. Tom Aspinall, he's not going to fight right now. Great. They're going to save him for the White House. But a lot of people are going to say, hey, listen, you're making excuses. Let's hear what he has to say, and you decide for yourself, because neither you or I, or maybe you are at home, maybe you are a medical expert, maybe you do understand the eye better than most people. Let's hear what he has to say in this one.
Right now,
I'm just struggling with like a lot of double vision and stuff still. So I'm just trying to navigate the next moves on that. I've had a lot of time in the hospital over the last like 4, 5, 6 weeks, however long it's been. I did it, seeing multiple specialists. Everything has been reported back to the UFC since the first appointment, and yeah, we're just waiting and moving forward. That picture there, by the way, let's just touch on this. So when we were in Abu Dhabi, and as I said, I always like to keep open and honest with my fans, because I was in a position where like I couldn't dream of having fans or supporters. Like that was a dream for me to have that, and now I've got a lot of them. So I really appreciate it. So I like to be as honest as I can with everybody. So we kept rolling in the hospital in Abu Dhabi, and mate, this hospital was crazy. So they took us at like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. by the time we got there in Abu Dhabi, and they dropped us off. I don't know what you guys would call it, but in England we'd call it like an A&E, accident and emergency room, which is like where the drunk people are, where they're like I just literally had to wait in a line, like in a queue for like 3-4 hours just to get seen off a guy who seemed to know absolutely nothing about ice. So there was basically the hospital in Abu Dhabi was a big waste of time. We started getting treated properly when we got back to the UK.
On top of that, to make matters worse, he snaps at Dana White. At the same time, though, let's be objective about this, right? Does he have the right to snap at Dana White, considering that Dana White attacked him right after the Cyril Gane fight, basically suggested that he didn't want to fight? I'm thinking to myself, how is this guy a promoter of the UFC, right? Is this how you promote your fighters? You're supposed to, I don't know. I mean, I guess Dana White can say whatever he wants, or maybe the UFC is just this type of product where it doesn't matter what the owners or what the CEO or what the president of the company says. What matters really is just the overall combat that comes with the UFC, right? It's almost like it's impervious to the conventional criticisms that you would have for normal companies, right? Most normal companies do not bash their employees out loud like that in public, unless, of course, it's for certain special circumstances. But for the most part, that's just not the way that it goes. So, all right, let's recap on this, okay? Let's try and understand this story, because in reality, what a lot of these MMA websites are going to try to do, or a lot of these MMA content creators are going to do, is give you the one-sided narrative of their story, right? Or how they want to see the world. Well, I'm not here to do that. I'm here to give you the objective truth, right? So as it follows, Tom Aspinall gets fouled, and then the rest of the world blames him for it. Why? Because the rest of the world did not get a definitive conclusion. There's a lot of factors that go into that, such as gambling, such as people not getting the money out of that gambling, or people that are just excited to see Tom Aspinall fight and actually win, but did not get that result. Or people that just wanted to see a good fight overall and really got a lackluster ending on top of it, because they spent all morning waking up from the prelims all the way into morning, all the way to the afternoon, just to see a lackluster ending.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is Taxes.
Melt sales objections with this book. I just got my black book of questions in the mail. And look at this thing. Honestly, it's less of a book and more like a full-blown sales manual. It's over 115 pages packed with real-world examples and plug-and-play templates that can be adapted to any industry. Literally any industry. Real estate, life insurance, solar, B2B, B2C, B2G, you name it, it will work for you. It covers everything.
All right, here we go. It's the match of 2 syllables, EU versus Ibu. So that's what we got going on right here. Okay, so round number 1. There it is. Got the description updated. Here we go. Round number 1. All right, so we got Aslan right now just circling right around EU. Okay, good low kicks right there. Low kicks followed up by EU. EU shooting in, and Ibu sort of stuffs it, throwing some hooks. Oh, and then gets clipped on his own. Oh, but then he ends up clipping EU. Wow, just action-packed first round right now. And then he's just, oh, wow. Oh, he looks like he's about to hurt EU right now. Oh, but then he ends up rocking Aslan. Look at this. Man, this is crazy, man. They're knocking each other down all at the same time while all of this is going on right now. Crazy action going on right now. Oh, wow. Oh, just swinging for the fences right now, going for a brawl. Either one of these guys are sort of feeling a finish from either guy right now. Okay, so now it is Aslan. Oh, but Aslan gets knocked down again. Oh, my goodness. It is EU that ends up winning those exchanges right there. Now, listen, the way that they were throwing those exchanges at each other, it was like any one of those guys could have finished each other at any given time, but it was EU that ended up, he was the one that ended up getting the better of those exchanges. Yeah, that was a very chaotic back and forth right there. I mean, it was just basically like 2 jets throwing hammers at each other, right? Just throwing missiles at each other, right? How appropriate of course, the AI generated video we have in the background that sort of depicts exactly that. Man, yeah, it was a right hand that took him down right there. So, okay, here's Ibu hooking away. As he's hooking away, he goes and counters him with a hook of his own. And then as he goes down after that hook, he just finishes him with a ground and pound finish right there. And then he hits him again as he was down on the ground. Wow, man. That was a crazy back and forth. I mean, really, man, just some great first round finishes we've been getting so far, man. When you are in an EU or an Ibu fight, you better believe that they are coming to EU, Ibu this place out. That's exactly what he did, man. Wow, great fight, man, between them. I know that it was short. It was in the first round, but it was great. Uwa Baranowski. Yup. They asked him, did you anticipate the fight to come out like that? All right, man. Yeah, real interesting battle of a fight for sure, man. Wow. That right there is a certified fight of the night, if not by the very least, probably a knockout of the night. But on either way, guys, yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe. Man, awesome, awesome fight. All right, let's finish up that Tom Aspinall video that I had showed you earlier. But then Tom Aspinall fires back at people and says, well, all of you are just a bunch of miserable people. You're all just a bunch of miserable people. In his exact words, low-life people who drag successful people down. I am the heavyweight champion of the world. Don't you forget it. Hey, you know what? Very interesting. I think the bully in Tom is coming out. Maybe it's going to give him a little bit of a spice in his personality, which is what he sort of always needed as the years had gone on without him really properly promoting himself. Okay, so is Tom Aspinall just being delusional? Is he really hurt, or is he really not hurt and he realizes that, well, Ciryl Gane is a horrible matchup for him, right? But Tom Aspinall also talks about the loyal fans that you have in MMA that comes with the territory, along with the trolls that are involved in the world of MMA, where people use fake profiles in order to somehow attack fighters, call fighters names. Even worse, how about people that make fun of Chito Vera's daughter, who has a special needs situation going on? I mean, what kind of human being do you have to be to do something like that? Okay, but he also talks about, look, what if he decided, you know what, I was just going to continue this fight, and because of the lack of vision that he got from a foul, Gane ends up knocking him out. They would say, well, it was his ego that allowed him to continue on with this. His ego was too big. He should have it carried on. It's a double-edged sword by the end of the day, right? And we've gone over his eye visions, right? What he says, that one eye is actually worse than the other and how it looks. And then he goes and blames the doctors of the UAE in comparison to, let's say, the doctors in England, who has a certain reputation. And I've showed you guys the reputation that the the UAE hospitals have, especially when it comes to optometry and studying the eyes. But by the end of the day, guys, that is up for you to decide. I'm not here to decide it for you. I'm here to give you objective news and clear down the middle takes as much as I can with no biasness. Now, will I come out with videos that have a certain tone of biasness towards them? Of course. This is not one of them, but this is the best that I can do in terms of giving you the objective takes on whether Tom Aspinall really is faking the funk, or he's really being as reasonable and as objective as we've known him to be. Or maybe he's just like everybody else that's just looking for a way out or trying to cheat his way to the top. Who knows? But once again, that is up for you to decide. That is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
Simpletons that see your sense of reasonability.
All right, yeah, and speaking of biasness, obviously going into that fight with Ibu Aslan, yeah, I had Ibu Aslan winning that fight, but as you can see why, that could have gone literally either way, right? So the way that had went, I mean, man, just a back and forth war that both of them had going on. But either way, Manda, the fight's continuing, and you know, the action is continuing, and we got Edson Barboza coming up next, man, taking on Jailin Turner. Let's go. All right, so we just now await Jailin Turner and Edson Barboza. Just as I was telling you guys going into this fight, right? I had this at a 50-50 fight, but more towards the side of Jailin Turner. Now, obviously, he's had a bit of some time layoffs and things of that nature. Edson Barboza, longtime veteran of the game, but it's not necessarily going to guarantee a win for that experience alone, right? But what I will say is that, let's say if this fight was from, you know, a couple of years ago, it would have maybe 70-30 on the side of Jailin Turner. But since that time off that he had going on, yeah, we have to give this a 50-50. It's not a sure win for Jailin Turner, but he is a favorite to win. So that's how I see that one. All right, man. Yeah, we just now await the next fight between Jailin Turner and Edson Barboza. In a short amount of time that I've been on YouTube, let's hear what my YouTube colleagues have to say about me.
Simpletons that see your sense of reasonability as a sign of wokeness. This is an intellectual sloth way of living. Blessing to you, my British man, Sacramento CA. Can I say Kyrie is a fantastic MMA career, and I'm not just glazing him, because he has obviously illuminated the fact that I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. But Kyrie does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good career. He has a beard that anyone would be jealous over, especially me, as somebody who cannot grow one. Shout out to Kyrie, really good career. Give the guy a sub, he definitely deserves it. Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankly, I still have some friends in London.
Main needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abdul MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie.
All right, Edson Barboza walking out to the cage right now. And Jailin Turner's back in the cage after about a couple of years now. What I was sort of hinting at is a 50-50 matchup. Now, look, we've been seeing a lot of first-round finishes so far, right? Now, this is one of these fights where I think it's going to take a little bit of a while for any of them to finish each other, let alone even get a finish at all in this fight. All right, so Edson Barboza on the prep point right now, ready to walk into the cage. All right, round one. All right, so here's Jailin Turner right now being announced by Bruce Buffer. All right, so here's Edson Barboza right now getting the introduction. All right, here comes round one right now. Round one. Will we see an old school Edson Barboza with some highlight knockouts. Look at the significant striking size advantage that Jailin Turner has over Edson Barboza. All right, good leg kick right there by Edson Barboza, and Jailin Turner follows up with a body kick of his own. 1-2 shot, stepping in hook as he switches stances with the step in hook. Ooh. Oh, wow. Edson Barboza is already cut open right now. There's an up knee. Oh, my goodness. Jailin Turner is about to finish Edson Barboza right now. Yeah, he's literally about to finish him right now. I think, yeah, that might have been a clashing of heads that may have caused that and not necessarily any significant strike of some sort. Nonetheless, Jailin Turner right on top of Edson Barboza right now, while Edson is trying to scramble his way up, but only giving his back. Now it is Edson Barboza right on top. Now they are scrambling to the stand-up clinch position right now. Now Turner with the wizard broken off, back squared up in the front kick. Now exchanging kicks. There's another body kick right there by Edson Barboza. 1-2 shot by Edson. Ooh, wow. There's Jailin Turner. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. He's about to finish Edson Barboza right now. He's about to finish Edson Barboza right now. Now he's walking him down as he is busted open. Nonetheless, a head busted open by that head clashing, still effective to the degree that is backing up Edson Barboza right now. Oh, wow, that'll do it right there. That will do it. That just ended the fight right there. Jailin Turner has finished Edson Barboza in the first round due to TKO strikes, man. That was absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Good shots by Jailin Turner. It doesn't look like the layoff really affected him in any kind of way, right? The way that I saw this fight ending 2 years ago is the way that I sort of see it ending right now. So not really much has changed with Jailin Turner. As I said, right, it will either rust him out or put him in this position where he sort of had that well-needed rest and recovery in order for him to sort of optimize his performance that you see right now. Even though Edson Barboza is a little bit older right now, that's probably one of the best finishes in Jailin Turner's career right now, man. You know, big ups to him on that one. All right, so him and Joe Rogan are now interviewing in the cage right now. Joe Rogan's asking him why he's being all emotional during this week. Says he almost quit, almost gave up. And he said it was very hard for him to go through that. So he's saying keep pushing forward. He says, last sparring in the books this time next week will be at the venue. All right, man. Hey, hopefully that was helpful in those tips that I had given you. More to come though during this week, obviously, and more fights to sort of look at and see. In that, sort of just checking out the other fights that that dude had. What was his name? Yeah, your homie's opponent. Taylor Cahill, right. Okay. I'm very surprised here by the early stoppage of Jailin Turner. I would have thought that he would have probably took a little bit longer to deal with that, but I think sometimes, you know what, man, sometimes certain things creates different variations, right? So the head clash, obviously, I think was very instrumental in the stoppage here, right? Usually a head clash like that will affect most people, right? And it showed. So that's why he was able to open up the shots that he was able to, and that was all she wrote. So all right, back to the video that I had made earlier this week, or last week rather. Why MMA Guru lied about his death threats, supposed alleged death threats that he got online. Let's visit that before we visit the Marvin Vettori fight, which is coming up right now. Yes, so Marvin Vettori versus Bruno Ferreira coming up.
Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
starting off the list of good. Oh, this actually he's gonna go into neutral too, because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes, but he's I'm telling you, Kari Abdul here, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild, but he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Kari Abdul here. Fucking so what?
So there you have it. Right now, let's get to the reason why MMA Guru lied about the threats online that were made to his family, supposedly. But in the meantime, first, what I need you guys to do is hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and don't forget to tell a friend to tell a friend. Let's get to the video right now.
Not the MMA guru that most people know. The screamer, the rager, the impressionist,
you might feel it. You'll feel nothing.
the exposer,
It may be the riskiest video I've ever had to make on my channel.
and the MMA fighter's worst nightmare.
MMA Guru's just a short, fat, little, miserable hater.
But
look, I got to tell you, right? The most common thing that people get at about MMA Guru is his weight. I think this is low-hanging fruit. Now, obviously, those are some of the most obvious things, but there are more sinister things that I think really needs to be exposed about with MMA Guru. For one, I got to be honest with you, right? I don't believe this whole story about him supposedly being threatened online and showing pictures of his family in their schools, particularly the children in his family or whatever they may be, cousins, nieces, nephews, or whatnot. I think it is all a lie, but let's continue on.
The MMA guru, less known.
No one likes me.
I can't stop thinking about a man who says he wouldn't be here.
Maybe the reason why nobody likes you is because you're an edgelord. You are purposely trying to provoke people. And granted, look, I got to be honest with you. There is nothing wrong with MMA Guru. Okay, what it is about MMA Guru is that he is remarkable. Remarkable in a way of showing that, hey, you know what? There is a new possibility of creating revenue for yourself online, especially if you have no prior experience when it comes to mixed martial arts, when it comes to training, when it comes to understanding the intricacies of the sport, but having all the free time in the world to research it while using that knowledge to propel you into the position that you're at. Listen, I have absolutely no hate in MMA Guru whatsoever. I think it's remarkable, but I got to be honest with you, for all of you guys out there that have had experience fighting, okay, guys that have actually made that walk, okay, guys that have actually went out there and competed to a certain capacity, okay, whether it was training for, a pro fight, an amateur fight, or whether it was training for wrestling matches, taekwondo matches, whatever it was, right? Or the type of people that you may have trained with. If you are that person that has trained with prominent people like myself, right? And in that regard, well, you know what? You really got to take advantage of the fact that you have this knowledge, because here's this guy that knows absolutely nothing about jack diddly squat, and then here he is, right? All of a sudden, the biggest MMA streamer in the world. That right there has to be absolutely remarkable, which you can't deny. All right, back to the video.
If it wasn't for his success on this platform,
like the result of failure of not making it on YouTube for me was, I don't know if I would exist.
I can't quite shake this disconnect between a man who people love, who people hate, and who people just don't know.
You really think I got doxxed once? You really think that? And it stopped?
I guess more appropriately, I can't stop thinking about the MMA guru's place in time, his place in this sport, his place here on YouTube, his place at the center of a changing media landscape.
Okay, so all of those are real interesting particular topics that he's bringing up, right? What is his influence in this sphere of mixed martial arts? Well, obviously, what I've told you is that it's great that somebody who has no experience, has no priority, no prior experience of being a part of MMA, meaning that he never made it a priority in his life. He just decided one day, you know what, I think it's a good idea to talk about MMA because I talk about it and consume it every day anyway. So why not make a lucrative option for myself? And so that he did. But I also think that he is caught up in his persona, in his particular character that he's playing, that I think he lied about having his family threatened online. And he's mentioned this. He has mentioned that his family was threatened online right here.
The way that he just stuffed the takedowns more and more as it went on, even though it was shaky at first, the way that he started to scramble them later, and Makhachev got a bit more desperate and then got pieced up on the feet trying to go for things. Oh, fucking hell. It was actually sensational. Wow. Thank God, dude. How good was GSP? I think he could still be top 10. Yeah, sure. Thank you for the 2.
Okay, we got... All right, so just awaiting Marvin Vettori and Bruno Ferreira right now. The next match coming up. Obviously, in between a lot of first round knockouts and finishes, you're going to have a lot of big gaps in between. That's just what they're going to do to try and fill up time in between that. So. Right, so here's Marvin Vettori and Bruno Ferreira walking out right now. So look, what's interesting about this matchup, I'll tell you, right? Now, both of them are sort of like this, bull-like type of fighter, right? Where they like to, kind of face strikes head on, sometimes use their chin to block their face, right? That sort of thing, right? That's the kind of fighters they are. But in comparison to those two, would you see that Marvin Vettori is probably the more polished brawler between them, right? That's sort of the impression that I get out of this, right? It seems that, between Bruno Ferreira and Marvin Vettori, that Marvin Vettori is much more of the polished brawler between them. But we shall see. Obviously, Ferreira comes from the camp of Shuto Box. That's the same camp as Vanderlei Silva. If you know anything about those guys, they're very heavy in the brawling and in the hard sparring that they do. All right, man. So Marvin Vettori's already in the cage, and so is Bruno Ferreira. They're about to get the introduction going on right now, and we are on our way to our fight. And look at that. 4-pound over for Bruno Ferreira, right? Missed weight on this one. A couple of people missed weight in this one. Santos earlier in the fight, earlier in the night, yeah, he missed weight, and yeah, man. Well, you know what? He ended up winning. I'm telling you, guys that end up missing weight end up winning, and there's some kind of correlation to that, or maybe it's just the people that, you know, miss weight all the time just happen to be the right people to do it, or maybe it's an advantage. We're going to find out in this fight. That's the interesting thing about this fight right here. So Bruno Ferreira and Marvin Vettori coming up right now. All right, round one. Here we go. All right, here we go. Round number one. Bruno Ferreira and Marvin Vettori coming up. 554, 551, 449 in the first round right now. Bruno Ferreira circling Marvin Vettori around. Marvin Vettori's looking to sort of walk it down, stance switching on Bruno Ferreira right now. Okay, there's the constant stance switching of Ferreira as he is sort of circling around now, exchanging leg kicks at each other. Marvin Vettori first, and then Ferreira after. So much more methodical effort on both of their parts right now. There's Marvin Vettori shooting in for a takedown right now. Right, so not a lot of big landings by any of them right now. Sort of a bit of a still a feel out process between them, something that you don't normally see between them. But obviously, oh, okay, there's a 1-2 shot right there for a little bit of an opener. A very snappy jab right there by Ferreira. Leg kick right there by Marvin Vettori. One-two attempt by Marvin Vettori while shooting in for a takedown. There's a flying knee right there by Ferreira. One-two shot right there by Ferreira. 2 minutes left. There's a kick and a miss right there by Ferreira. It's a high kick right there by Ferreira. There's blood coming out of Ferreira right now. So far, obviously, you know, as I was saying earlier, that Marvin Vettori would probably be the much more polished between the two right now. But there's Ferreira right now with the takedown attempt, sort of dragged Marvin Vettori down temporarily. Now they're back right up on their feet. All right, so that's the end of the first round right now. Hard round to score, right? I wouldn't be mad either way of that score. I'd probably give that round to Marvin Vettori for the first round, but I wouldn't be mad if it gone to Ferreira either way. Very tough round to score, but I'm going to give that to Marvin Vettori. All right, round number 2. Here we go. All right, so there's, oh man, some good exchanges between them right now. Low kick by Ferreira. Body kick by Ferreira. Body kick by Marvin Vettori. Backing up Ferreira behind the black line into the cage. 410, 407, 406. Okay, there's a 1-2 shot by Marvin Vettori. DC said every time a fight gets slowed down, he's thinking about the Ibo versus Ibu fight. And yeah, man, I would have thought this fight would look more like that than the Emo and Ibu fight. But obviously, taking a much more methodical approach on this one. Yeah, those calf kicks may have hurt Ferreira a little bit, right? Sort of limping or favoring that one leg. All right, so a little stumble right there by Marvin Vettori, shooting in right there, sort of misses on that one. I wonder if they count that on the stats as a takedown attempt. Yeah, really utilizing those feints right there is Ferreira. All right, now Marvin Vettori fighting at a southpaw stance. Oh, wow, gets rocked on that one. Now, keep in mind, Marvin Vettori has never been knocked out in his whole entire career. Oh, man, good one right there. Okay, there's a single leg attempt by Ferreira, fails as Marvin Vettori sort of circles away. All right, 10 seconds left into the second round right now. Now, very hard to score. I'm going to probably give this one to Ferreira, right? So I'll probably give round one to Vettori and round number two to Ferreira. All right, so on to round number three. Oh, wow, good level change right there. All right, so Ferreira was looking for a guillotine there. Now, okay, gets out of it, spins back around. Okay, there's a hook right there by Ferreira. Okay, there's Ferreira shooting in, and there's Marvin Vettori clinching up with Bruno Ferreira right now. All right, so okay, now they're back up on the feet right now. 310, 309, third round. This could be anybody's fight at this point right now. All right, so here's Marvin Vettori now circling right around Ferreira right now. Man, really even fight, to be quite honest with you. Oh man, yeah, really good combo by Ferreira right there. Oh wow, there's Marvin Vettori now rocking him back right now. Okay. Right, so that is the end of the fight right here, man. This is anybody's fight right now. How do you guys score this, right? Man, I'm gonna have to give it to Marvin Vettori. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I think Marvin Vettori did enough to win this fight, but we shall see. All right, so there's a good double leg right there by Marvin Vettori. A little bit of some highlights here. There's a there's a good jab right there that sort of set Marvin Vettori back. Oh, good exchanges right there. Good fist to the face on that one. Yeah, man, Marvin Vettori's got a chin on him, man. It's wow. All right, so from what it seems like, Bruno Ferreira won this one right here. Bruno Ferreira has won this one by decision in a very close fight that could have gone either way. It was Bruno Ferreira that gets the decision on this one. over this part right here. I don't think this was part of the area where he's talking about the threats. It's right here.
It's fucking odd as fuck. That's why I rage so much. I don't just hate them over fucking nothing. It's fucking strange as fuck. They're really odd people. It's not just like, again, I said this, when I insult McGregor back in the day or make fun of him, I'll get knocked out. That's the threat I'll get. If I was roasting Jones, you best not come around here or we'll fuck you up. But then if you insult this one, it's like, oh, so this is your cousin, is it? Wouldn't it be a shame if I bleep, 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 bleep? It's fucking horrible. Break.
So here's why I think all of this is a lie, okay? There's no paperwork about it. You want to do your own homework? Go look up what I just showed you in the beginning of the video, okay? Let me show it to you again right here. Go look this up. It's right here. It is literally right here on public record, okay? Go check it out. Public record right here, okay? And I want you to correlate that and look up police reports in London about him saying that his family was threatened. There's none. Because you know that if it really happened, he would be a snitch about it and tell the police. The reality is there is nothing to that sort. There is no case. There is no police reports. So therefore, the conclusion to this video, and I need you guys to hit that like and subscribe button before I give you guys the ultimate solution to this video, okay? Hit the like and subscribe button for me, okay? The ultimate solution and the ultimate ending to this story is that he lied. Because he would have snitched to the cops if something really happened to him. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah. All right, so just right before we start the next fight up, let's go check out some of these updates that are going on in Stockton. The story that I've been covering during this week. Let's check this out right here. As we cover UFC 323 in Las Vegas, while we check this out right here. Okay, let's check this.
I think I'm gonna chill out. We're reacting to this situation. Something else happens that is completely crazy. So apparently a new testimony given by a witness contradicts everything the media has been telling us about this situation. We're not gonna waste no time. Let's get into this, see what we got going on.
Significant new developments, including chilling eyewitness accounts that contradict official reports and raise serious questions about what really happened inside that banquet hall.
All right, here we go.
Let's start with what we know now.
All right.
The rapper who appears to have been the target.
All right, so obviously there's a lot of conflicting stories going on with that, right? So what that means is that you got to understand people are going to try to get views out of this, and as a result of that, they're going to sensationalize the story to the point where, you know what, sometimes it could be a little bit far-fetched from the truth, and then maybe some of that deals with just, you know, ongoing police investigations that they don't want anyone to know about.
It is hiding out, fearing for his life after being shot.
Understandably.
MB Nell, whose real name is Jonel Dongon, age 28, was
Right.
among the 15 people shot at the birthday party
Yep.
for a friend's 2-year-old daughter inside Monkey Space Banquet Hall in Stockton on Saturday evening. His father, Junior Dongan, confirmed to the New York Post that his son was shot but is okay.
He got hit in
His
the
father
leg.
said he just came to
That's what I
drop off
heard.
a present at his friend's party.
Yeah, that's cap. I don't know why they keep saying that. Obviously, if you drove all the way from Lord knows where you came from, you came to attend the party. I don't know why they got to lie about that. He didn't just happen to get there. Bro, he was there and he posted, somebody dropped that location, which means he was there for a while. It's such a stupid ass lie.
MB
He
Nell
attended the
called
party.
his
It is what
father
it
after
is.
the shooting and told him not to say anything to anybody. The
'Cause he didn't wanna sound
Stockton-based
scared.
rapper moved out of the area 2 years ago because he feared for his safety, including an incident where other gang members shot 22 bullets at his parents' house.
Yeah, I
'cause this is in
remember
front of your
that.
mother's house? Yeah, right in front of my mom's house. So they could have just turned around and started shooting up your mother's house as well. Yeah. Because
I'll tell you what's kind of problematic about that right now. They say that, you know, he's moved out of there, but the reality is if you claim, you know, a certain neighborhood or if you're from somewhere, you don't really move out. It's not really a case of moving out, especially if your whole entire reputation is wrapped around the idea of where you're from.
So they
That shit is-
so if that's in front of your mother's house, then they must know where your mother lives and that type of shit situation. If they're basically following you home, or to your mother's house. I mean that's kind of a frightening situation. Because if they don't catch you, they might say, "Fuck, let's go get the person closest to them." That's
Now, here's where this story takes a darker turn. A woman who attended the party has come forward with graphic testimony that directly contradicts official reports.
All right, the darker turn, as they say, right? What is the darker turn that comes with this? Okay, so apparently there's graphic details that are contradictory. Let's find out exactly what this is.
About the number of victims and the severity of the carnage. This eyewitness posted a lengthy video statement describing what she says the news isn't reporting. She described being at what she thought was a wonderful party when shots suddenly rang out. At first, people thought it was balloons popping.
Yeah, I heard that all
But
over
then
the
they
place.
realized during the second round of fire that these weren't normal guns. She said the shooters were lighting the.
Yeah, that's a common thing a lot of people say when they first hear gunshots go off, right? It's either fireworks or balloons or, yeah, just fireworks or balloons or one of those little plastic thingies that you get in like packages or whatever that, you know, make those popping sounds, right? But yeah, that's usually what they sort of think is going on, but in reality sometimes it really is just, you know, the guns going off. But either way,
the place up with what appeared to be high-powered weapons, possibly AKs and AR-15 style rifles.
Remember, hey, we reacted to a video last night of what actually happened, and you can hear how loud that was from the ring camera. So imagine how crazy it sounded in person. Bro, that shit probably sounded like straight up Iraq. Seriously.
all right, so just so you know, we're also covering Sadykhov versus Ziam right now at UFC 323 as we are making this video, just so for a little context for the future references to those that are watching this pre-recorded video.
The hall was open with nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. She said there were so many dead bodies that the news isn't being honest about.
Yeah, I heard
Most
that.
disturbingly,
That's crazy.
she claimed her daughter performed CPR on the 14-year-old boy, Amari Peterson, who died.
Damn.
She said Amari's father kept asking.
Hey,
if his
yeah,
son-
see, bro, you heard what she just said? This should prove to you that news be lying. I be telling people this all the time, and they're like, no, they're the most credible source we can have. No, bro, they be reporting their own narrative. They be lying. If you learn one thing from this video we're watching right now, the news lies all the fucking time.
All right, so that's sort of true, right? You know, that is what they do a lot. The news does lie a lot. Now, the question is, why exactly did they do that, right? What exactly is their whole entire, what exactly is their whole entire motivation to do that, right? Obviously, there's an agenda that can go into that, a whole multitudes of reasons. Number one, obviously, there's the gun control aspect that is going on in California, always been a highly contested debate. The overstepping of, let's say, Donald Trump's federal forces, right, sending National Guards to X, Y, and Z, sending Marines in LA for a riot, right, which is something that should be taken care of by the cops or taken care of by the very least, maybe National Guards, right? But then he just uses all types of federal enforcement on matters that may be a lot more local and domestic. Well, not domestic, because obviously that is domestic, but yeah, local in terms of municipal matters or matters in state or matters in within those circumference. But so there's plenty of reasons why the news would lie, and then you also got to understand what their own hidden agenda is behind that. But yeah, I do agree there is a high level of exaggeration to, what is going on. But the question is why. All right, back to it.
Please remember that.
Was gone, and her daughter kept telling him to talk to Amari to let him know he was there, but the boy's eyes were already rolling back in his head.
Oh, God.
This witness described seeing what she estimated was a 5 or 6 year old girl who was lifeless, claiming the news said nothing about this victim. She described another dead body on the back porch, twisted up. She said she was swimming in blood, helping tie up people's legs who'd been shot, and trying to get victims to ambulances after the shooting stopped. The shooting itself, according to this witness, lasted approximately 5 minutes of continuous gunfire.
Damn!
She described it as round after round after round. And just when it's...
Okay, that sounds absolutely brutal, to be honest with you. Really brutal. But, I mean, listen, if those are the accounts of the people that were there at that moment of time, how are you going to deny them of that, right? But wow.
Seemed to stop,
see all that in the
it would
video.
start up again.
Damn.
She emphasized these were not ordinary weapons, but described them as SWAT team level firearms.
So in other words, when they say SWAT team level firearms, what that means is ARs, assault rifles, military style weapons, M16A2 service rifles, for example, 7.62 rounds that they've used, usually the type of rounds that you would find in AK-47s, those types of things, the type of rounds that you would find in M4s, AR-15s, things of that nature.
Here's the most explosive allegation. She claims it took police and ambulances.
Dude, and if you don't know, in Stockton, it's hella easy to get any kind of gun because, like,
okay, so I've heard this claim times, right, about the whole 30 minutes thing or this and that and the other. Okay, I get that, but also people got to understand there's a certain level of traffic that they may have to take into consideration, right? And then maybe they were saturated that night, depending on who you ask.
Like, dude, there was a time period in Stockton where you could literally walk around the city and find an AR in a trash can. So everybody got guns. All the YNs there, they got guns. Oh shit! Oh shit! It's so easy to acquire guns in that city. But even still, shit, an AR, like a bunch of AR-15s, 5 minutes of just boom, 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 boom at a child's birthday party. Ooh.
Yeah, look, they really had, it's obvious, right? They were really looking for somebody. I mean, the question is who. We don't know. Look, a lot of people are out there saying that there's a definitive target that they were trying to get at. But by the end of it all, the only target that they got were innocent children and one Northaniel. And I mean, I let you use your imagination or your own investigative skills to understand that. But yeah, you come up with your own conclusions.
I watched the
on that.
video and it didn't even show us all that. Damn.
All I'm saying is that there is no definitive target, or at least you think there's a definitive target, but we never know.
30 to 45 minutes to arrive at the scene. She said victims who had life-threatening injuries didn't stand a chance because of the delayed response. She described there not being enough ambulances for all the wounded and having to help carry a girl who'd been shot in both legs
Stockton's
out
been
to
had
wait
that
for
problem.
medical attention.
They've been had that problem.
She claimed there were so many non-responsive bodies that ambulances had to prioritize.
Let's fast forward this a little bit. So obviously these are gruesome details. Let's see what the response was
Tara
afterwards.
Guerrero was 8 years old. She attended Commodore Stockton Skills School, and her mother, Jackie, is a special education teacher at Madison Elementary. Journey wanted to be a high school cheerleader and dreamed of becoming a physician. She loved baking, gymnastics, arts and crafts, reading, and shopping. Those who knew her described her as a curious and gentle soul. Her birthday was supposed to be later this month. She's survived by her parents, an 18-year-old sister, and brothers ages.
All right, man. Yeah, let's skip that part. I mean, really sad, really, on that one.
Even in the Fly Boys, Nano was just rapping about if we catch him, we kill him with his kids and all that. We walk him down with his kids. So like they're part of this shit too. Like this is crazy, bro.
Look, I understand that was a line that was said right there, but you also got to understand, man. You know what? Like, do we really take rap lines as a consideration? It's sort of like, do we take into consideration when action stars metaphorically unalive people in movies?
She loved to dance, sing, and draw. Her 9th birthday was supposed to be December 13th, just 2 weeks away. Her sister Yesenia set up a GoFundMe that has raised over $65,000.
Good, I'm glad.
These two little girls, cousins who loved each other dearly, went to check out toys at the front of the party. They never came back. Amari Peterson was 14 and from Modesto. He came to the party with his parents and 3 siblings. His father, Patrick, gave a heartbreaking account of what happened.
Yeah, let's hope that money goes where it needs to go, yeah.
Patrick heard gunshots and saw the shooter come in, firing repeatedly. His 9-year-old daughter was grazed by a bullet. But then Patrick saw Amari crawling on the ground, trying to get up. The boy had been shot once, with the bullet hole right above his heart. Patrick described hopping over a counter to get to his son, trying to perform CPR while blood came out of Amari's face. He said it's something a father should never have to go through. Every time he tries to sleep, he sees himself laying over his son while Amari struggled to breathe. Patrick revealed that Amari had gone up to shake hands with his favorite rapper when he was shot. Every single day, Amari told his father he loved him and appreciated him. This straight-A student who loved football and basketball, who was making college plans, was described as a gentle soul loved by so many people.
My daughter, she got hit. I could have lost her, and it's gonna change her for life. My son is gonna change him for life. Him and Amari share the same room. He can't even sleep in the same room no more. And you know what I'm saying? They having nightmares. My wife, how you think she feel? That's her baby.
See, like, bro, it's also just a selfishness. Like, your beef is your beef. Cool. If you guys want to go get at each other, we can't stop you anymore, bro. We're at the point where if y'all want to go gangbang and do stuff to each other, it's no longer the rest of the world's problem. But it's like, why do you think that your beef with somebody over whatever it may be is worth?
Absolutely. I think he's absolutely right about that, right? He's absolutely right. Like, that's not anybody's beef but their own. But a little bit of some updates on this particular matter, right? A little bit of some updates. Okay, so far, Stockton PD has been saying that there hasn't been a lot of cooperation going on in the matter, right? I mean, what do you expect, right? This is what you get with this type of situation, right? It's a gang-related shooting, and it's a gang-infested town, so everybody is going to stay solid when they're asked of these situations. The only thing that I will say though is, you know what? If you are not going to say something about this, and rightfully so, look, there's an aspect of sort of, well, I guess, sort of taking it into your own hands. But on any regard, guys, listen, this is what I need you to do, okay? I need you to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and I will see you in the next one, inshallah. All right. So right now, Firas Ziam just got a knockout right there, like literally a last-minute knockout right there. Shout out to Firas Ziam with his last-minute knockout right there. Like at the end of the round. Wow, man. Very impressive finish on his part there. Yeah, very impressive. Very impressive finish for Firas Ziam on that one. All right, everybody. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We got over 10 people in here. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And Firas Ziam just won with a very surprising last-minute knockout on that one. So stay tuned. We will be here for all the fights. All right, next we got Barber versus Silva. Coming up next, stay tuned, guys. We are live for UFC 323 right here. obvious that with the recent medical reports that have came out, really shows that he's at a healthy state. He can compete. The problem is he doesn't want to fight Ciryl Gane because he knows that Ciryl Gane is a bad stylistic matchup. Now, is that really the case? Well, let's think about this, right? Why is it that there are medical records, including the most latest one that he took right after the fight of Ciryl Gane, with the UAE doctor saying, your eyes are perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with you. So now he's trying to find some kind of excuses as to not fight Ciryl Gane. He already said he's not going to fight Ciryl Gane. We should have really went back from the very beginning when I told you that he is not going to fight Ciryl Gane because Ciryl Gane eye pokes way too much. Now, why is that significant? The reason for that significance is because Tom is looking out for his safety of his eye. Not only that, he's also looking out for the unfortunate reality that Ciryl Gane is a bad stylistic matchup for him. So as a result, this is what he has to do in order to get around a person that, quite frankly, is a barricade to Tom being one of the greatest heavyweights of all time, if not the greatest of all time. Because that's literally how we saw Tom Aspinall going into this. He is the best heavyweight of all time, says who? Because of these matchups that he's took on. He's took on a boogeyman like Sergey Pavlovich, Spivak. Then you can add Myson Tybura to that list. You can add Curtis Blades to that list. But then we would have had a chance to see how he would have done in the wrestling department. And I'm not talking about Curtis Blades' wrestling level. We're talking about John Jones' wrestling level, where this guy literally went out of his way, took him down at the DC fight. He took him down at the DC fight and held him down for a significant amount of times. Not only that, also DC was a formidable Olympic level wrestler. Okay, so think about that, right? That right there shows you the wrestling pedigree that John Jones has going on. But what did we see with the Tom Aspinall wrestling in this fight at UFC 321? You know what we saw? We saw a guy that had serious issues when it came to securing a takedown. And what happened when he had a hard time securing a takedown? I'll tell you what happened. He realized that he can't submit Ciryl Gane, and he realized he has to fight him on the feet. Now what? He fought him on the feet. What was the overall stats on that fight when it came to the striking percentage? Because if you look at that, you will realize exactly why Tom Aspinall no longer wants to fight Ciryl Gane. All right, so let's take a look at the stats, which are very close. 30 out of 40 for Ciryl Gane, 75%. 27 out of 39 for Tom Aspinall, 69.2%. One takedown attempt, which, by the way, Ciryl Gane stuffed in proving that he can handle the grappling of Tom Aspinall, and as such, keeping the fight on the feet. Now, how did it look on the feet? Obviously, Tom had a few licks in, but it was mostly Ciryl Gane that was controlling the range. If you think about it, a few leg kicks here and there. Tom Aspinall threw some back as well, front kicks. But ultimately, it was really the range of Ciryl Gane that was winning this fight. And as a result of that, well, you can understand why many people thought this fight was very close, but you can also understand why many people thought that Ciryl Gane was going to reign victorious as this fight had gone on. It's kind of like one of those fights that you see in school, right? Where the school bully and the kid who's being bullied gets into a fight. Next thing you know, they're giving each other good exchanges, right? All of a sudden, the kid who's getting bullied lands a couple of shots here and there, right? But then so does the other guy too. He lands his own shots as well. But then next thing you know, out of nowhere, guess what happens? The principal or whoever else is in the area of vicinity at that time who's responsible enough to stop the fight, they end up stopping the fight. And as a result, what do you get? You get a Tom Aspinall that is in this situation right now. Well, what situation is that exactly we are talking about? Okay, so let's take a look at some news-worthy information regarding Tom Aspinall. Okay, so Tom Aspinall promises revenge on big cheater Ciryl Gane, reveals paperwork confirming serious eye injury. Aspinall, not medically cleared, calls Gane a cheater. Aspinall erupts on big cheater Ciryl Gane, Dana White, as he reveals potential. What is this? Let's see what this is about right here. According to Yahoo Sports, right? A potential of what? Oh, eye surgery. Okay. I thought he was going to say potential stripping, but trust and believe, this is literally where all of this is going to go to next. Tom Aspinall is going to get stripped, and as a result of that, they are going to have an interim title fight between Ciryl Gane, maybe against Waldo Costa, maybe against Volkov, taking on Ciryl Gane. They had a very close fight the first time around, right? But either way, Tom Aspinall can't see, just like Stevie Wonder, and as a result of that, these are the medical stats that are confirming on about Mr. Thomas Paul Aspinall, as he is called. Mr. Aspinall has sustained a bilateral ocular trauma during a professional sporting event in late October 2025. Immediate visual disturbance resulted in the fight being stopped. Okay, confirmed clinical findings, advanced imaging, CT and MRI confirmed orbital soft tissue trauma. Orthopedic evaluations demonstrated impaired binocular coordination and restricted ocular motility. Bilateral traumatic Brown's syndrome, indicating disruption of superior oblique tendon trochlear mechanisms, persistent diplopia, double vision, especially in positions of up gaze and lateral gaze, which, by the way, is going to affect the future striking of Tom Aspinall. Marked peripheral visual field impaired, confirmed by automated perimetry. Okay, CT scan suggesting minimally displaced fracture of the right medial orbital wall. That's not good. That is not good, guys. That does not spell any. All right, guys, here we go. Round number one. Mario De Leon says bathroom break. Sort of. You could call it that. Sure. All right. So round number one between Silva and Barber right here, which I can see this as a squash match, to be quite honest with you. I could really see that being exactly this. Barber, I think, is just way out of her level right now, but we'll see. Okay, Silva versus Barber. Here we go. All right, so let's see what striking improvement has Barber made in comparison to last outings. So leg kick by Silva. Okay, another leg kick right there by Silva. All right, so shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Also, hit some super chats along the way as we cover these fights for you and give you the play-by-play. Yeah, throw some super chats in there. hit the join button on my members only. Got some exclusive content that you would not believe. Some real crazy, just off the wall, uncensored stuff that I think you would appreciate. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let's get this thing cracking. Colson says, yes, shout out to you, Colson. Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. I think this is your first time here. It looks like Macy Barber is about to get choked with a rear naked. How about this? Right, but doing a very good job of going 2-on-1 on that arm right there to prevent the rear naked choke. Pro fights for Barber heading into this season. All right, so now still maintaining this back control position right now. Now with the body lock position right around the body of Barber right now, still attempting the rear naked choke. Mario De Leon says, Barber is an industry plant. Very interesting analysis there. What makes someone like that a industry plant? Right? Because in the world of fighting, right, you can't really call someone an industry plant unless, of course, you can see real favorable matchups that are towards their favor. And one person in that circumference would be, let's say, Sean O'Malley, Conor McGregor, really early in his career, right? You could look at the matchups that they sort of threw at him, very suspicious, right, with how easy they were in comparison to, let's say, what everybody got in terms of having to go through some killers in a 145 division. So all right, man. So shout outs to the 1,000 people around the world that have tapped in to this live stream so far. Right, not bad for a faceless stream, right? Sort of like MMA Weasel format we got going on right here. All right, so Macy Barber right on top, banging away, right on top. Very difficult first round. Now, you know what? Silva won the first round. All right, so just right in between the rounds right now, round one, Silva, Barber 0, on to the second and third round. Barber got mad. Yeah, can't afford to be frustrated in this one, right? Looks like she's in a very high level technical matchup. Yeah, can't definitely afford to lose your composure on that one. But yeah, a clear round, a much clearer round for Silva. Well, let's see what Barber does as in response to this. There's a body kick right there by Silva. Yeah, Barber's trying to get this right down on the ground right now. Single leg attempt. All right, looking for guillotine choke in this one. Illegal up kick, Mario says. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on, especially with these. Oh, there it is again. Hold up. Mark Smith calling for a timeout. Hold on. Oh, wow. Yeah, that was a hard illegal up kick right there, and absolutely felt that one. Okay, so now the referee is really calling for a timeout right there. Referee Mark Smith, by the way, a fighter pilot, right? While referees, MMA fights. So, ooh, yeah, that's a illegal kick right there. He says, I'm calling a third round KO by Jan. Wow, man, that right there is a very bold prediction for the main event, Marty. Now, I would have to, respectfully disagree with you on that. I just think Merab is on a hot streak right now. Look at it like this, right? Now, also, this is going to sound very biased, right? I told you how I don't want Omar to fight Merab straight away right now, right? I've told you that, right? And the reason why is because I just think that Merab is so at a high level right now that I think that it would probably take Umar about a couple more fights to really develop himself into that level, right? So with that in mind and keeping that in mind, understand this. If it was that easy to beat Merab right now, I would ask for Omar to have that fight. If it was easy to beat Merab right now, I would ask for Omar to have that fight. But it's not the case, is it? He says, right, Merab should win, but I think this is his fourth weight cut, and Jan is going to catch up with him. You know what? That's a very good point, man. I keep forgetting these guys are not heavyweight fighters that are fighting 4 times a year, and that, you know what? It would really depend. How much do you think Merab weighs off season or when he's not fighting? I mean, he's obviously fighting often. I would imagine that he's probably like staying in weight on a consistent basis. TJ Dillashaw used to do that. He used to stay very low in his weight just to get ready, to get called in there at any given time. $155, you say, Mario? That's a 155? Okay, yeah, that's still a significant amount of weight to cut. Yeah, it still is a significant amount of weight. And Victory says, and supposedly Peter Yan had an injured arm the first time they fought. Ooh, okay. All right, man. Shout out to the 28 people that are in here right now. Y'all better be hitting the like and subscribe button. Also, guys, be generous. Throw some super chats along the way. And there it is. Now, Macy Barber right on top right now. Really started off this round really strong, okay? Started off just off the bat, takedown attempt, gets down, and then we've been here with a top ground control ever since then. Is a crowd yelling USA? He says, Merab runs a lot. What do you mean by runs a lot? I think what you mean by running a lot is, you know, like somebody that circles around, right? Victory says, I think Merab said that he gets into the 150s. Okay, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right for most 135ers, I'd say. All right, so now Silva right here looking for triangle choke here. Victory says, no, I think that he means Merab runs a lot of miles. Oh, okay. Not in the ring. Okay, not in the ring. Got it. Runs a lot of miles. Yeah, bro. You know what, man? When it was 12 p.m. this afternoon, right? As I was driving around 12 p.m. this afternoon, I started thinking, wow, you know what, man? I bet you Merab is sparring his ass off right now at the PI Center. You know, like who thought that? Who thought that he was doing that today? Because he probably was, man. You know, I mean, that is insane, bro. Like sparring on the day of your fights. Like, let's see. He said he's not big on strength and conditioning. He just trains hard and runs. Oh, man. You know what? You know what his strength and conditioning was over the years, right? Was construction, as I was telling you, right? I was telling you guys about this, right? You know, that farmer strength that we talked about that I think that he's developed. So maybe he doesn't do that because of the years that he's put in at the, you know, at the construction sites, right? And if he was to engage, suppose, in strength and conditioning, then that would only probably overtrain him in some kind of capacity. All right, round number 3 coming up. How do you guys score this? Round 1, I got Barber. No. Round 1, yeah, I give it to Silva. 2, Barber. Number 3, it's up for grabs right now. All right, third round. Mark Smith with his how do I say this? His John McCarthy voice. All right, let's get it on. He says, got to do a couple of things. Be back soon. Okay. All right, so Barber appears to be the fresher fighter between the two right now. Okay, the corner is yelling for Barber to get in there and wrestle, and so she does. Shoots in on that one. All right, so here we go. Right on top is Silva right now. Maintaining top control position. That could absolutely win the fight right now. Okay, there's a leg lock attempt right there. All right, there's some okay, so now it is Macy Barber on top position right now. All right, maintaining top control position. There is an triangle attempt right here. All right, still maintaining the top control position right now, but it looks like Barber is breaking away, looking to, oh, wow, little stomps on the top right here. Very interesting. All right, so, oh, there's a nice takedown at the end of that fight right there. Wow, man, final takedown right there. That ought to probably, you know, win some kudo points for the judges, but who knows? Let's see. All right, so here's a good takedown right here at the end of the round by Barber. Okay, there's that illegal kick right there. All right, man. So let's find out the decision. They said they will give it to Barber. Do you think so? It says. You think that? Yeah, I think they're going to give it to Barber, but let's find out. Let's find out. There's a good chance that they'll give it to Barber, though. All right, let's see what the 30-27, 29-28, 29-28. Unanimous decision. There you go. Yep, on the money on that one. Just as I had predicted, and just as many people in the chat had predicted, wins via decision. All right, let's hear what her and Joe Rogan have to say. Best crowd in the world, T-Mobile Arena. Oh, yeah, that up kick was bad, man. But continued on. Yeah, that's right, man. They didn't recognize that it was an illegal strike until later on. Very interesting. Wow, man. All right, so that's the end of it right there. All right, be right back, guys. Bilateral traumatic Brown's syndrome, indicating disruption of superior oblique tendon trochlear mechanisms, persistent diplopia, double vision, especially in positions of up gaze and lateral gaze, which, by the way, is going to affect the future striking of Tom Aspinall. Marked peripheral visual field impaired, confirmed by automated perimetry. Okay, CT scan suggesting minimally displaced fracture of the right medial orbital wall. That's not good. That is not good, guys. That does not spell anything good for Tom Aspinall. But I tell you what, all of these right here you can find on Yahoo Sports. Obviously, they have it all right here. And yeah, man, this is very unfortunate, but this is the reality of fight game. So since that is the reality of the fight game, what are you going to do? With that in mind, guys, that is all that I really have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I told you that Tom Aspinall is going to get stripped, and it is incoming, as I have told you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu Al-Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
shout out to
All right, less than 1 minute. We're on to covering the next fight right now. Less than 1 minute. All right, let's get an applause for Terrence McKenna and Chris Duncan. Another drum roll. And some applause. All right, another more applause. One more applause for the final pay-per-view of UFC's whole entire broadcasting career. Because after, we'll never have a fee for a pay-per-view ever again because it's all going to be free on Paramount. And by the way, what else is on Paramount? I mean, obviously Mobland, Yellowstone, and a whole bunch of other shows that I don't really care about other than the UFC. But all right, here we go. All right, let's have fights going on right now as we check out some AI backgrounds that I have of Hollywood back in the 1990s, Vegas in the 1990s, UFC in the 1990s, and then Marab probably in the 1990s. Yeah, all right. So here we go. Okay, so round number 1 coming up right now. All right, round number 1, Mckinney versus Chris Duncan. Heavy favorite going into this matchup right now is Terrence McKinney, surprisingly enough, and that is why. That is why he's the favorite, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at the kicks, the punches, the explosion, and the fact that he is on the verge of finishing Chris Duncan right now. Thank you very much. Thank you. Come again. I feel like every time you say thank you, come again, you have to say it with a certain accent. But all right, either way. Wow, man, Terrence McKinney is all over Chris Duncan right now. Yeah, he hurt him bad. He hurt him very early on, and that is due to the explosiveness that he came out into this fight. But again, Terrence McKinney gets taken down in the process right now. Oh, my goodness. Terrence McKenna got rocked on his own. Wow, man, we've been having some really explosive fights going on tonight. Oh, man, good shot by Chris Duncan. Oh, good Muay Thai clinch right there by Terrence McKenna. Oh, my goodness. Terrence McKenna just got knocked out. Is he going to get up? He got knocked down, not knocked out. Oh, well, Terrence McKenna has no idea where he's at. He has no idea where he's at. And referee Mark Goddard is looking on, warning him that he needs to fight back. Again, he's warning him once again. They normally would not do this to fighters that are not as popular. They would not be giving him this much credit right now. Man, this is literally finished right now. DC is even calling for this fight to be finished. Oh, wow, but he continued on. What is that? He dropped down once again right after that one. Okay, now he's going for, he's looking for a Darce. Oh, my goodness, he choked him. Oh, wow. Chris Duncan choked him. Unbelievable. That fight right there was very similar to Emo versus Ibo earlier. Very similar, right? Back and forth. Terrence McKenna rocked him. Chris Duncan came back to rock him, only for him to come back and submit him. Amazing. Amazing back and forth on that one. Wow. Wow, amazing. Wow, man, that was stuff of Hollywood films. Yeah, that was stuff of Hollywood films. Very amazing stuff, man. Very amazing stuff. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that could have gone either way.
Can we talk to an officer that I know that can talk to you guys? So I don't even have an officer. Or Brian Kurahara, somebody. He'll be at the station. What? Okay, why am I being arrested again? Harassment.
But what did he do?
What kind of harassment? Anybody can say that at any time.
Okay. We'll explain more, but we gotta do that at the station.
Harassment.
Okay?
What does harassment mean?
It's just a petty misdemeanor offense. Here, how about this? I'm gonna step in right here. I'm from Chicago. These games don't fly with me. We're gonna go to a hotel for a couple of days because this is all bullshit. He didn't do anything though.
Beyond that point right now.
What did he do?
For what? Arrest for harassment. This is my house. I just went to go grab the mail.
So I'll explain more to you, Dylan, if you want.
Well, BJ Penn is once again in some legal troubles, and we're going to find out why. So the former two-division UFC champ is really convinced that his family members are being replaced by government agents. We're talking about Alex Jones conspiracy theory levels, right? Now, how did we get here? First of all, obviously, there's BJ Penn running for governor. That's one particular situation that we can sort of entertain with the conspiracies around this particular situation. But before all that, BJ Penn was an absolute legend in the world of MMA. In fact, BJ Penn has done nothing but give us classic memories from George St. Pierre, the first fight, the second fight where it was champion versus champion, the Matt Hughes series, the time that he was able to choke out Kenny Florian, where Kenny Florian was really at his best during that time. So was Sean Shirk. How about the rivalry that he had going on with Jens Pulver? And then also the matchup he had against Diego Sanchez. That was a classic. Not to mention also Joe Daddy Stevenson, where he left Joe Daddy Stevenson in an absolute bloody mess. Now, obviously, that particular fight is not included in this particular slides and pictures that I have going on right now, but that should definitely be right up there in one of BJ Penn's classic moments. But like I said, right? Alex Jones conspiracy theory level when it comes to this particular accusations that BJ Penn has going on with his family. Now, let's go back from the present time of where we're at right now, okay? He really believes that his family is being replaced by government agents, a massive conspiracy intended to steal the Penn family's fortune. And by the way, here's an interesting thing about BJ Penn. His family has always been wealthy, way beyond anything that he's made in fighting. And you got to keep in perspective, when BJ Penn was at his prime, the UFC and their fighters did not make the type of money that they made now in the Conor McGregor and the Khabib and the John Jones era. Not even close, okay? Penn sees imposters and actors literally everywhere, from his immediate family all the way to the retired UFC heavyweight Brendan Schaub, which is crazy to say, right? And to put it bluntly, and to be honest about it, many people are concerned for the mental health of BJ Penn, okay? And also maybe his immediate future and the way things are going right now. Now, if you look at Penn's latest Instagram post, I mean, it's sort of concerning, right? In a lengthy video that you can see, right, Penn can be seen laying in his bed while surrounded by cops in Hawaii, police officers. Penn argues with the officers and asks why he's being arrested, and the reason given is harassment. Now, how did I break the law? BJ Penn asks, right? Several times he was asking this. Eventually, Penn is pulled out of the bed and put into handcuffs, just like what you're seeing in this video right now. Well, later arrest records show that the official charge is listed as abuse, family, or household member, offensive physical contact per the report. And Penn posted $2,000 bail and was released with a court date scheduled for Tuesday, May 27th, which is going to be today, right? Just this morning that we are reading this. Well, the video that I just showed you guys, okay, included a lengthy caption about impersonations, fake family members in total, right? Penn claims that his mother and two brothers have had their identity stolen by the federal government. He also accuses his cousin of impersonating his mother, and he blames his high school girlfriend of stealing from him during the arrest. Now, BJ Penn is 46 years old, right? When did he last fight? I mean, the guy last fought May 19th, 2019 against Clay Guida, and that was at UFC 237, right? Losing a competitive decision, by the way. All right. Though officially retired, Penn has still found his way into several fights and bars in Hawaii, which has done little to alleviate the concerns about his long-term health. I mean, you guys seen that fight that he had in TMZ, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. I'll show you right here. See, look, BJ Penn, right here. He's telling him to punch him, and then he does exactly that, and that's what happened right there. He gets laid out right there. Let's take a look at this again, okay? Boom, 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 and then he goes down. I mean, look, this obviously is not good for his long-term health by any stretch of anyone's imagination, right? It's not good at all, right? Not only that, too, you got to understand something about BJ Penn, right? We're all very concerned for BJ Penn. This is very worrisome. But then again, you know what? This could become an Aaron Hernandez situation, or perhaps this could become something even worse or something very similar to it. But I tell you what, man, whoever BJ Penn was, he's no longer that guy. He's a shell of his old self, and it's concerning. Now, look, many guys are many fighters. Okay, you can be absolutely concerned about their life after their post-retirement situation, right? With BJ Penn, this is going into weird territories beyond the Alex Jones situation, right? Now, obviously, Alex Jones is not a fighter. He's never been hit in the head the way that BJ Penn has. And quite frankly, Alex Jones monetizes off of the fact that he goes out there and, makes videos and live streams about conspiracies, whereas with BJ Penn, he absolutely means it. Obviously, Alex Jones has faced some situations where he got sued by the Sandy Hook family for saying that it was staged and this and that. But when it comes to BJ Penn's case, man, I got to tell you, this has nothing to do with him being a conspiracy theorist. This has nothing to do with him running for governor. This has nothing to do with anything other than just this sad situation that we have in front of us right now. But with that in mind, the only thing that we can do is pray for BJ Penn. And, let me leave off with what he wrote in his Instagram regarding this particular arrest, right? He says, in Hawaii, and I quote, imposter theft refers to instances where individuals falsely impersonate others, often to steal their identity or commit fraudulent acts. This can involve using fake identity to obtain documents, financial accounts, or even posing as law enforcement or other professionals to commit crimes. Hashtag Hawaii. And that's all that BJ Penn had to say in that particular regard. But all I got to say is, BJ Penn, get well, get better. And this is all that I have for this particular news right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
Neutral. Starting off the list of good. Oh, he's going to go into neutral too, because this guy's he's wild as shit sometimes, but he's I'm telling you, Kari Bullock here, he's wild as shit. He's going into neutral for different reasons. He's fucking wild, but he's the type of guy that you would want on your side. I feel like this guy just has an immense fucking loyalty about him. He's a good fucking dude. He is loyalty over royalty, defined to the fucking max. Now we start off the good cat. Yeah, I like Kari Bullock here. Fucking so what?
All right, guys, here we go. In 30 seconds from now, we will start our coverage with Grant Dawson versus Manuel Torres. What do we got right here? He says, I'm going with the brawling Mexican to win. Okay, so you got Torres on this one. What fight are we on right now? We are at Grant Dawson versus Manuel Torres. So the final fight before the main card, to be exact. All right, so Grant Dawson walking out with the ATT's own Mike Brown and Thiago Alves, the former title challenger of George St. Pierre in UFC 100, if you guys remember. Like, looking back at it, right, as dangerous as a lot of these fighters were, and they were, right, man, none of them really could have touched George St. Pierre in any kind of way, man. Not at all. All right, so there's Grant Dawson in the cage right now. All right, so here's a tail of the tape. 31. Grant Dawson, 30. Manuel Torres, 5 feet 10. Both of them 156 pounds. 72-inch reach for Grant. 73.5 for Manuel Torres. Virtually identical. Let's get it cracking. All right, there's Manuel Marquez. Speaking of GSP, I guess Cahill was just in Montreal training at TriStar. Really? Really? Is that right? I might have to make some phone calls then, man. You know what I mean? Like on some channels of mutual people, let's say, man. All right, man. Thanks for that information. You know, all of that information works, man. For those of you that don't know what me and Vettori are talking about, behind the scenes, I'm sort of studying the opponent of this buddy, Nate Davies, the gym that Marty trains out of, Vettori Gym. Shout out to Vettori Gym of Ohio. Right? That is why he has Vettori as his screen name. And hopefully Vettori is what we will bring towards Nate Davies against Cahill Taylor. So all right, here we go. Round number 1. Manuel Torres versus Dawson. Here we go, man. Yeah, I heard him talking about it today in an interview. Wow, okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good they have regional fighters doing interviews. I think this is very good, right? Because once you get to the big stage, you know, man, you got to know how to get up on the microphone, man. You really do. I had a training partner, right? This dude named Miguel back in the days when I was training at Muay Thai Lao in, the Arden area of Sacramento, right? In the Muay Thai gym that I had trained out of. So his dad used to say, hey, you know, remember, he's a Mexican guy, right? He says, hey, mijo. You know, he says to me, mijo, hey, you know, I don't get it, man. You know, why Miguel not like you, man? I was like, why? What do you mean by that? So what he was referring to was when me and Miguel were doing, like some little media, for the event or whatever, right? You know, he's just, like every fighter approaches things differently. Not every fighter is going to be Conor McGregor on the mic. You know what I mean? Like, not everybody's going to be nice with it on the mic. You know what I mean? You just got to let fighters be fighters. But, it is good to get practice. I mean, obviously, from what I understood about this guy, Miguel, it wasn't like he was very highly experienced in, let's say, public speaking or rapping or, doing anything with entertainment or just speaking, period. So, this is good. I like this. I like that they got regional fighters doing this because, it does get them ready for the big stage in terms of, knowing how to present yourself on the mic. Because remember, we're still in the business of selling our, I don't want to make it sound so, really demeaning, but, selling our product, right? What is our product? Our product is not just our fighting, but, our product as human beings. What is it that we represent? What is it that we can offer to entertain people, right? He says, poor Marab got tripped up on the mic at the press conference. Hey, you're gay. You're gay. You like men. Oh, wow. Speaking of which, oh, my goodness. Torres knocked out Dawson. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Oh, my goodness. Ah! Reckless abandonment style, right? Listen, never go reckless abandon with a Mexican fighter. Ever. Okay? Never do it. Never do it, man. These Mexicans, bro, oh my goodness, man. Shout out to the Mexicans, bro. Yeah, man. Shout out to the Mexicans on that one. Wow, man. What a shot, man. Just in the first round, too, man. Yeah, that's that loopy punch he threw right there, man. Wow, man. Yeah, he really put it down on that one. Wow. Wow. Yeah, Dawson knew that if he wasn't going to get his striking going, if he wasn't going to get his wrestling going, he had to really contest him on the striking, and here we are, man. Wow. He says, Nico asked Diaz how to get a good chin. Nate said, be a Mexican, LOL. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Bro, listen, Mexicans have some of the hardest chins ever. Like, I don't know what it is, but yeah, they got it. They got it going on. He says, bro, that was brutal. I agree, man. That was absolutely brutal. That was absolutely brutal for sure. Wow. All right, man. Well, on to the main card now. We got 15 minutes till the main card, man. Wow. All right. All right, Mexican Pride. Well, hey, listen, speaking of Mexican Pride, guys, let's go back to Stockton on this one, okay? Let's go back to Stockton on this one. We got an interesting story in Stockton right now. So right after that shooting in Stockton, there was a double homicide going on. We're going to go visit around Cali to talk about that right now. All right, here we go. All right, so here's a crazy story I want to share with you guys, right? This woman accidentally unalived her sister driving drunk while live streaming, okay? While live streaming, mind you, okay? And then on the same week that Stockton massacre happened, Her and her boyfriend got shot up. Let's check out what happened here in this story.
So welcome back to another episode of More in Cali, and let's get into the story. Abdul, who went by the name Lula by her family, grew up in Stockton, California. She would have a rough upbringing, which led to many years in foster care and in group homes, which later led to her doing drugs and abusing alcohol, and also having street ties. The substance and alcohol abuse would later start her downfall.
A lot of the red rags that you're seeing right now, that is not to be mistaken by the Bloods, by the way, right? They are a Northern California Mexican gang known as the Norteños, right? Oftentimes, when a lot of outsiders in California see Mexicans with red bandanas, they will often think that they are blood affiliated or something to do with the Bloods, or in that matter of fact, their red has nothing to do with the Bloods at all. They are their own gang, right? And that is obviously the Norteños. So just to let you guys know, for those that are outside of California that may not understand that. He says, yeah, Mario De Leon says the Norteños. Yes, yep.
Abdul, who was 18 in 2017, and her younger sister Jacqueline, they drove from Stockton to Fresno to pick up a friend who was also 14 years old on July 21st, 2017. All were driving.
I tell you what, I'm very familiar with this drive right here, right? Anybody that's from California, right? Whether you are driving from, let's say, Sacramento or Stockton, or from Stockton to Fresno, and then from Fresno to LA, people are very familiar with these types of drives, right? Now, if you just go from, let's say, Sacramento to Stockton and then to LA, that's an entire 7 hours, right? You would make it about from, let's say, 8th Street and the south side of Stockton all the way to Santa Monica, 7 hours to be exact, maybe a little bit less, but yeah. Just to kind of give you guys a context of what these drives are like.
Driving back to Stockton, Abdul was drunk and recording a video on herself on Instagram Live, which later resulted into her crashing the car. The crash was live.
Now here it is. This is right. This is how she went viral right here, right? And obviously, this is very surprising that out of nowhere, she was the subject of, of what had happened this week, right? Now, we don't know if this is related to the Stockton shooting because, let me just say this, right? Those guys that got hit up, they have a reputation of being friends with the Norteños, right? Now, what Norteños is, there's a lot of Norteño sets out there, right? Not all Norteños are aligned with each other, right? Sometimes there's red on red situation going on. But if you ask me from an expert point of view of whether she or the Norteños that she's would had anything to do with it, gun to my head, I'm going to say no. But all right, let's continue on.
Live stream on Abdul's private Instagram account, but was then reposted by one of Abdul's followers. Thousands have watched the horrifying crash and the gruesome aftermath. Abdul's sister, 14-year-old Jacqueline, died after the.
This was the sister that had passed away as a result of that live stream crash that she was doing.
Rollover. And Abdul is seen on video showing a crash scene and saying, "I killed my sister. Okay, I know I'm going to jail for life. This is the last thing I wanted to happen."
Hey, everybody, if I go jump right, you already know why. My sister, okay? I know I'm going to jump right, right? I understand that.
Shows Sanchez outside the car after the crash.
I killed my sister, okay? I know I'm going to jump right, all right? I understand that.
Now, I'll give you a little context. She did not go to jail for life. What had happened was that she spent about maybe 1 or 2 years in jail. She was supposed to do 5, but did 2 for good behavior, whatever that means. But yeah, that was it. 2 years, and now she's out on the streets afterwards.
This is the last thing I wanted to happen, okay? All right? I don't care, though. I'm going to hold it down.
Mary Hernandez of Stockton recorded the live stream.
Family members stated they don't know why Abdul was live streaming before and after the deadly crash. Her father says she drinks, but not around him, even though she was only 8.
Look, obviously, we live in a world right now where social media and being live and doing everything live and then just putting yourself out there is a common thing, right? But unfortunately, that has deadly consequences. And sometimes the deadly consequences, like, for example, right, the Stockton shooting with the birthday party. Now, look, it's not victim blaming or anything like that. I know that a lot of people are going to do that, but let's be honest, right? You give away an address with too many people around, yeah, you're going to invite people that are going to want to do harm to the main people that are sort of, marketed as, hey, you know what, we got, such and such rapper rolling up, and we got and such coming through, and oh, what? Okay, good. We don't like them. Let's go do something about it since they're going to be in the same place. You know how that goes. But anyways,
he said he believed the crash was an accident and said he didn't know how to feel.
Have new information in that deadly crash near Los Banos that was streamed live on Instagram. The parents of the suspect and the victim are talking about the tragedy and say it has ruined their lives. One of the daughters is facing charges for killing the other. 18-year-old Abdul Sanchez remains in the Merced County Jail. She's held on several charges, including DUI.
Her parents have not talked to her either. Today, they told me they cannot believe what has happened.
It's an accident. It's an accident. It's happened. Who knows why?
Nicandro and Gloria Sanchez are numb and don't know what to feel. They've watched the live stream video of the crash and aftermath and have no explanation. They believe their daughter Abdulia, or Lula as they call her, needs help.
I think, she don't know what's happened. What I think, she knows she do something wrong because she knows. And that's what I feel. She feel bad, but she killed her own sister.
I want people to understand something, right? Just because you accidentally, unalive somebody, it doesn't mean that you meant to do it. Now, look, stupidity does not equal to let's say, purposely trying to unalive your sister. Obviously, that was not the case here. Now, look, was she absolutely irresponsible for what she did? Yeah, of course. But the idea that, she purposely wanted to do this, I wouldn't go that far. But on any regard, yeah, here we go.
Abdul pled not guilty in a count of manslaughter while intoxicated, 2 counts of driving under the influence, resulting in injury, and 2 counts of driving with elevated blood alcohol content, causing injury. She was ordered held on bail for $560,000. Abdul was later sentenced to.
So obviously, yes, people cause accidents all the time on the road. That's one thing, but it's another thing if you do it under the influence, and then you do it under the influence, there's going to be some heavier consequences that come with that.
6 years in prison in February 2018.
Who was driving while live streaming a crash that killed her younger sister now knows the punishment she'll face.
See, so there it is, more than 6 years in prison, but as a result of that, she got 2 for good behavior.
Just moments ago, Abdul Sanchez was sentenced to serve 6 years and 4 months in prison. Sanchez pleaded no contest to gross vehicular manslaughter, driving under the influence, and child endangerment. The crash happened in July near Los Banos and killed Jailin Sanchez. In court today, Abdul Sanchez said, quote, "My negligence killed my sister. I was stupid, immature, and irresponsible. I'm so sorry. If I could take her place, I would."
Abdul somehow only served 2 years and was released by 2020.
There you go. That's what I said, right? I told you that she had only served 2 years, and now here she is as a result of that.
But she can never get her.
Oh, and by the way, it gets better because obviously it leads to her demise. I mean, it doesn't get better. The story gets better, but her situation doesn't. But
just 26 days after her release, Stockton police say the 20-year-old led them on a pursuit, blowing through 2 stop signs and also a red light before running off the road near Interstate 5. A male passenger ran from the car and wasn't called. Abdul was arrested at the scene and a loaded gun was found inside the car. Her father would state, "I think she got scared, and that's why she ran away." Police tried to pull Abdul over for what they say was a vehicle code violation, but officers said she kept driving. She led them on a short vehicle pursuit and eventually driving her car.
Yeah, that's a very similar charge that that guy's name, Nano. Yeah, very similar charge to what Nano got. Evading the police, a loaded firearm in public, very similar charges, but yeah.
Off the road in Stockton. Abdul was charged with 5 felony weapon charges, including being a felon in possession of a firearm, evading a peace officer, and 5 traffic violations, and also a parole violation.
Investigators say Sanchez blew through 2 stop signs and a red light before running off the road while heading up this on-ramp to Interstate 5. You can see the marks the tires of the Buick LaCrosse left behind in the mud.
A male passenger exited.
For those that are not from California, Highway 5 is the gateway from, Northern California, Sacramento to LA. Usually, if you want to go to, let's say, west towards San Francisco, you would take from 5, and then from 5, you would go into 50. So, yeah, just a little context of the highways that we have here for our non.
Her vehicle and ran up onto Interstate 5, and he made good his escape. But our officers were able to get to the vehicle and arrest Ms. Sanchez.
The mugshot of Abdul Sanchez, released
by... Mario says, yeah, that was a crazy shooting in Stockton. So, by the way, this was the follow-up. Now, we're wondering if it was related. No one really knows. But, yeah, check this out. I'm saying no, it's not related. But it's easy for people to make that speculation considering it was so close within time proximity to each other.
By Stockton police today. Police say it was Sanchez who was driving a 2005 Buick LaCrosse similar to this one around 1:30 this morning. It was,
of course, it had to be a red Buick. Why wouldn't it be?
Here in the area of Picardo Circle and Rosemary Lane, where Stockton police say they tried to pull over Sanchez for a traffic violation. That violation was for expired registration. Police say instead of stopping, Sanchez took off and a 5-minute pursuit was on.
You know what, man? An expired registration is not the worst thing in the world. I mean, granted, if all you got to do, look, pay for it, right? That's a side issue in and of itself if you can even pay for it. But if you can pay for it, all you got to do is just show the receipt of which you paid for it and then wait till your registrations. But yeah, very simple, very simple. But obviously, it was bad enough for her to run, and as a result, it led to
Once
this.
the vehicle was in the area of March Lane and I-5, the driver lost control of the vehicle and crashed, at which point a male passenger jumped out of the vehicle and ran up onto Interstate 5.
He got away, but Sanchez did not. Police also found this loaded .45 caliber handgun in the car. Sanchez was...
Okay, hold up. So the dude got away and she didn't. Wow. And then he ran and then just obviously was not fast enough, but got left behind along with this
behind
handgun
the
right
wheel
here.
on a revoked driver's license as well. Was released after just over 2 years on good behavior. That good behavior turned ugly early this morning.
She was just recently released from...
Oh man, the newscaster got jokes. They're like, that good behavior turned bad in a matter of this time frame. Man, that's cold. That's some cold comeback for the announcer or the newscaster to say that.
For that incident involving her sister a couple of years ago. She's currently on parole. And then this morning you have her evading police, engaging in a vehicle pursuit, which is extremely dangerous. And also at the conclusion of that pursuit, we locate a loaded firearm.
But karma will later strike on December 2nd around 7 p.m.
So right here, as we head into this week, this is what happened. This is what happened as a result of leading up to all of this right here.
Deputies were called to the 700 block of Gertrude Avenue for a report of a shooting. When they arrived, they found 2 people who had been shot. Investigators believe it was a drive-by shooting based on preliminary information. The two victims were taken to the hospital, where one of the victims later died.
More gun violence tonight in Stockton, where sheriff's deputies are at the scene of a double shooting. This shooting happening just days after 4 young people were killed at a child's birthday party over the weekend. Thank you for joining us tonight at 10. I'm Andrea Flores.
I'm Golston Dart. While police are not connecting these shootings, it is more violence for a city that has just been rocked by violence lately. The shooting happening just after 7 o'clock near Gertrude Avenue and Horner Avenue. Let's go to Andres Valle.
All right, so before we end this video, right, with this information that we have right here, right, there's a couple of things I think people need to understand, right? Not everything is related or correlated with each other, right? Sometimes I can see why people would say that, and that's also the reason why a lot of conspiracy theories come about, right? Like, for example, why can't you explain the shooting of Charlie Kirk? Well, we're just going to blame it on, you know, X, Y, and Z country. We're going to blame it on the French Foreign Legionnaires. We're going to blame it on Mossad. We're going to blame it on X, Y, and Z, right? That's not how it works. And sometimes not everything is related to each other. Also, here's another thing that I've noticed a lot of people do, right? They sort of said, all right, you know, this was karma for that crash, but I also have a hard time believing that that's related, and that's just what I think people really have to understand. They got to learn how to separate how things are not related with each other in a way where they just somehow think, okay, well, this must be related because it's so close in proximity. That's not always the case. But anyways, this is the end of this video. On to that. Check out the rest of this news clip right here.
Who's at the scene of this latest shooting, Andres?
Yeah, so guys, again, this shooting happened right around 7 p.m. here. We're sitting right in front of where all of this went down. As you can see, there's investigators on the scene currently, and we've seen those evidence markers as well. I was talking to a couple of those neighbors off camera about maybe 30 minutes ago about what they heard and they saw. They said that they heard about 10 gunshots at least rang through this neighborhood here on Gertrude. They heard roughly maybe 10 to potentially 20 gunshots, but that didn't stop them from finishing their soccer match tonight. We also spoke to another neighbor who told me that he saw a man and a woman who were the victims in this shooting. This neighbor said he saw a woman get shot multiple times, and he saw a man get shot right near his leg.
A man was shot in that shooting, but the other person shot was Abdul, and she would die at the age of 26. It seemed like Abdul never learned her lesson, even after the many chances she was given to start over and to make a change, even after this loss of her sister and 2 years in prison. None of that seemed to change her, because just after she was released, she was already doing wrong again, and years later, she would pay the price, with her own life being cut short. It may be many reasons why Abdul was killed. She was affiliated with the Nortes and seemed to be a member herself. Then she looked like she had a pimp, and she was selling her body through OnlyFans. And you can see multiple videos on her page with black eyes. Then lastly, she was on her Instagram account calling out women to fight. So this all could have been the cause of her death. This will conclude.
All right, so that is the conclusion of that video. On to the next one right now. All right, so here we go, guys. We are now in the main card of this event right here, Vegas night. All right, so now we're on to the main card. Mario says, I got Jan to win. That's right. They are the first fight of the main card right now, huh? They are literally the first fight of the main card right now. All right, man. Exciting times ahead. Main card already. Man, that went by so quickly. We're already in the main card. Yeah, I did pick Jan to win this one, guys. I had Jan winning this one. I think he's going to win by maybe second round knockout or something like that. I'll go with. Oops, sorry, got that muted for a second. Thank you so much for everyone tapping in. 4,000 people around the world tapping in. That is amazing. 4,000 people in 4 hours. That is awesome. Shout out to everybody around the world right now that is tapping into this one. And of course, I had to, step up the AI game with, some very epic pictures that we got going on here. Right, I asked for UFC fights at a battleship. Here it is. UFC on the Hollywood Hills. There it is. UFC fights in the middle of Venice Beach. There it is. Lowriders in Sacramento. There it is. And those are actually some of the real cars that they have out here that are rolling around, right? Good on AI to pick that up. Marab in the Georgian mountains. Well, I actually wrote Khabib in the mountains, but nonetheless, yeah, it's Marab in that kind of way. Street Fighter. I asked for Street Fighter. And there it is, Street Fighter in the UFC. There, wow, there's Conor McGregor throwing a front kick at Ryu. Throwing a front kick at Ryu. And then UFC in Las Vegas, here we go. Yup. Man, shout out to AI, man. UFC in Mexico. How about Hollywood, California in 1990s? Look at this. AI is awesome, man. Vegas nights in the 1990s. Look at that. It looks like just hours before Tupac got hit up or something. You know what I mean? But in either regard, here we go, man. We are on to the first fight of the evening right now. Jan Blachowicz and Bogdan coming up right now. He looks like the Eastern European Anthony Smith. Does anybody get that vibe off of him, right? Does any kind of remind you of like the Eastern European Anthony Smith, doesn't he? Oh yeah, there was that fight that he had with Volkan Oezdemir. Man, I was rooting for Oezdemir to win that one. All right, Charles, here we go. Let's see. Yup. Yeah, he does. He does resemble Anthony Smith in a weird way, right? In an Eastern European type of way. All right, so there's Bogdan right now walking out into the cage right now. 4 hours and 20 minutes into this live stream, Bogdan is walking out because he wants all the smoke versus man. He was dressed as Hitman at the press conference. Obviously, being bald has a lot of references behind that. The Hitman character is a bald dude, so yeah, I guess that's kind of what he was going for. Usyk, when he went in there and dressed like the Hitman at the Tyson Fury press conference fight, he had a shaved head. So he was really going off with that Hitman theme that he had going on. Jan gonna F up Moran. Savachi Financial says Marab fighting too much. You know what, man? A lot of people have been saying that in the chat, Savachi Financial. A lot of people have been saying that. They said that Marab has been fighting way too often, way too much, and as a result of that, it may catch up to him tonight. But we will see. We will see. Look, I think that when you have a style like Merab that is just constant wrestling and constant pressure, who knows, man? Who knows? Jan, a hitman. Yeah, he is, man. Speaking of hitman, you know, Bogdan is here looking like the real life hitman character from the video game. And his assignment to take out Jan Blachowicz. So here we go, man. Yeah, that's a good point, man. That's a very good point. What they said about Jan Blachowicz there, right? You know, during the ESPN era, which is this era right now that we are about to be reminiscent of becoming a thing in the past. Man, Jan Blachowicz really put it on in terms of just, you know, surprising way of how he turned his career around, right? You know, obviously he came into the UFC. He had a UFC record of like a 4-fight losing streak and then comes back and becomes a champion. I mean, wow. Savachi says Poland is Zio-Nazi sympathizers. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, right? They sort of have that big evangelical Christian link to them, right? Because if you know anything about Poland, they are a very Christian country. Now, sometimes that's sort of the drawback of being so super Christian, or at least what a lot of people sort of you know, view as like this responsibility that Christians have over Israel, right? Which isn't always the case, but I guess it depends on which kind of Christians you ask. Now, if you ask the type of Christians that, let's say, Armin Sarukian is, you know, well, then, yeah, you know, that's, yeah, that's a whole different type of game. A fresh melon who says Jan for the win by not supporting Zuck. Yeah, does Merab support Zuck? Is that a thing that we got going on? Yes, he effed up Adesanya though and exposed him. Hey, you know what? I remember that fight. Me and you were talking about that fight, my man. I remember that. Me and you were talking about that fight, and you're like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go with Jan on this one. And lo and behold, Jan, you know, actually won. And yeah. Jan versus Adesanya was anti-Semitic versus Nazi. Oh, my goodness. Anti-Semitic versus Nazi. So who is who? Who is who? Adesanya, who is who? Who is who? Who is the Nazi and who is the anti-Semitic between that fight? Because, you know, in today's world, it's not that clear, is it? Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. All right, at the 206-pound limit. All right, fighting as Uzbekistan. All right, Guskov. 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 How you pronounce an Eastern European name like that? When you say Guskov, you can't just say Guskov, right? You got to say it with an emphasis in the end. Guskov. Guskov. Like you're emphasizing the F, like Guskov. Jan Blachowicz. Jan Blachowicz. All right, they all got the Polish little scarf. Polska. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, the Polish are very patriotic. Warsaw, get the F out of here. Yeah, the Polish, they're very patriotic. They love their country so much. A lot of them moved to Britain and America. But yeah, anyways, Netanyahu is Polish. Yes, he is. Yes, that's a very good point. He is Polish. He says all Zygo colonizers are from Poland. Is that right? Is that right? Well, I know Netanyahu is. Who else is from Poland? All right, so far, here we are, round number 1. Jan is Netanyahu's cousin. For real? He ain't Jewish. I don't think Jan Blachowicz is Jewish, is he? Yeah, he can't be Jewish. At least I don't think. You know, I did see a few embedded episodes, I think, with Jan going to church or something like that. He says, stop with the anti-Semitism's bibs from Israel. BB's from Israel. Well, what he's referring to is his origin, right? Like, what is his, origin prior to being from Israel? And yeah, so that's sort of, yeah. All right, there we go. There's a little bit of a feeling out process here. Says BB's origin is Middle East, Israel. They aren't real Semites. There you go. That's what it is, Fresh. Says they are real. They are. Yeah. All right. So, okay, let's, he says Israel is a made up fiction. All right, guys, let's, all right, let's stick to MMA. There's a good fight going on right now, but I hear you. I hear you. I share those sentiments. I got you. He says Guskov had hella red, LMOF. Yeah. Yeah, man, after getting punched in the head a few times by Jan Blachowicz, that ought to do it for sure. Yeah, looking for that power right hand of Jan Blachowicz right there, swinging off right there. He's expired, he says. Expired. Oh, expired melon juice. He says expired melon juice. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. Instead of calling him fresh melon juice, expired melon juice. He says, how come they have an entire country there if Allah didn't want it to be so? Man. Right, so good exchanging of jabs with them right now. He said, stop bullying me, Savash. All right, we got a little bit of some, some fights going on in the chats right now. He says, I'll report you to BB, Fresh Melon Juice says. But you hate BB, though, don't you, Fresh? I could have sworn I heard you say that before. You said that you didn't like him and you didn't approve of him. So what's the sudden change of heart now? Huh? He says, hi, Miller. All right, so that's the end of the first round right there. First round goes to Jan. Jan 1-0 so far. He says, being bald in the UFC is like getting disability benefits you get on the DEI track with Dana. Well, there you go, right, man? That's like, you know, that's sort of, how do I say this, right? Like something that he can kind of relate to. Like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna go elevate this guy above everybody else. Hey, you're bald, cool. We're gonna give you a Jan Blachowicz fight. Boom, here we go. UFC 223 later. Here we are. He says he's not fresh melon juice. He drinks BB cock juice. Oh man, y'all are hilarious in the chats right now. But yeah, man, keep it popping and cracking on the comment section right now. Keep it cracking and popping all day long. Yeah, are you going to let him call you that, Juice? I know you're not going to let him call you that. You better raise up on him, cuz. You better raise up on him. Oh my goodness! Bogdan just knocked down Jan Blachowicz right now. He's looking for a finish. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he's looking for a finish. He's looking for a finish. Ground and pounding Jan Blachowicz, but you know what? Oh wow, Jan Blachowicz's chin is tough, man. The durability of Jan Blachowicz right now. Oh yeah, here he is, man. Now here he is right there. Now he's got him on a half guard position. Now here's Jan looking for an ankle lock. An ankle lock out of nowhere. All right, now, ooh, oh, wow. Oh, wow. Did you see Sam Alvey get knocked out today? No, I didn't. I'm assuming that's karate combat. Yeah, no, I got to go see that. And by the way, thank you. Thank you for spoiling that fight for me. I'm just kidding. I don't really care about that fight. But yeah, I am interested in Sam Alvey, though. I know that he was the heavyweight champion of karate combat. But yeah. Against who? Who was that fight against? Says, my bad, it was brutal. That's all right. You know, I could go check it out later and at a highlights, or maybe just watch the full fight and kind of. Yeah, man. Shout out to Karate Combat, man. You know, another more of a alternative in our combat sports realm, right? He says the ref let it go too long. I don't know, some 6'7" Taekwondo black guy. Oh, okay. I think you're talking about Robles Desponte. I believe he was in the UFC for a minute. He was in the UFC for yeah. Yeah, as soon as you said 6'7" Taekwondo guy, I knew exactly who you were talking about. Yeah, he fought in the UFC for a little bit, and then yeah, man. All right, so that's the end of the that round right there. Wow, man, yeah, he just maintained half guard position that whole entire fight and just stayed there. He says, "Isn't it a limit on the ground at karate combat?" Yes, yes, they don't really fight on the ground for a long period of time. They let you strike on the ground and then they let you stand back up. Very similar to what you saw in the karate tournaments and the Karate Kid sequences, right? You know, they kind of follow that same trajectory. Vettori says, yes, Alvey took a few heavy shots on the ground after being knocked down, and the ref stood them right back up twice to get crushed by a head kick. Fresh says, oh, so it's bad like boxing that way. So it's bad like boxing that way. What do you mean by that? Savachi says Jan got knocked out like a European trying to claim Ukraine from Russia. Wow. Okay. He says, yeah, wait until you see it. They would have stopped it twice before getting knocked out cold. Wow. Okay. Very exciting stuff. All right. So here we go. Round number 3 with Jan versus Guskov. Hey, by the way, to answer your question right here, try Beth Streams. This guy right here, to answer your question. Yeah, try Meth Streams. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to answer you right away. I wanted you to stay a little bit longer so you could run up my, you know, my, what do you call it? My watch hours. So. All right, so now, second round, 410, 409, 407. All right, Jan Blachowicz walking in on these. He says, why they stand Jan up? What do you mean? I mean, they it started on the ground, or what do you mean they stood him back up? Like, oh, because it's starting the third round, I would assume, but I don't know what you mean by that answer. Maybe you're seeing something that I haven't yet. Maybe you're a little bit ahead, but who knows? Low kick right there by Jan Blachowicz. And you know what, man? The rest of the matchups are bangers, man. Really. I mean, a lot at stake for the next coming matchups. Henry Cejudo and Talbot are up after this. And then you got Brendan Moreno and Tatsura. And then obviously the main and co-main event after that. Oh, he says I'm talking about karate combat Savachi. Oh, okay, okay. Yes, that's your okay. Savas is given head. You know, what did yeah, man. I mean, you know, very disingenuous of that comment, Juice. All right, here's some hard shots by Guskov right here. Jan's a NATO industry plant. He's a NATO industry plant. Yeah, Poland is part of NATO, aren't they? Big supporters of NATO for sure. I thought he knocked Jan out. No. He was talking about a different fight today from a different fighting organization. Totally different fighting style in of itself. It was karate combat, which, by the way, Sam Alvey was the former heavyweight champion of. And you know what, man? Alvey never fought heavyweight in MMA, right? Which is weird that he could fight heavyweight in karate, but I suppose that works. Yeah, I guess he is by karate standards would be a heavyweight. So yeah, sure. All right, so now 26 seconds left into this fight. So, Voss, you don't like Poland. Without them, Europe would be mostly Muslim today. You know what, Fresh? This is exactly why. That's exactly why. Oh! Guskov got knocked down just right at the end of the final seconds here, and now Jan is right on top looking to finish with like 1 second left. Wow. He says Guskov looks like a bald Elon. Okay, Europe is going to be Muslim. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Europe is going to be Muslim, and the only people that I guess that are stopping it are Poland, but not really. You know what I mean? Like, they can't really do anything about it, but yeah. Says that was a great fight, Mario says. Yeah, Mario, I agree. Very good fight. That was a very, very good fight. All right, man. Shout out to the 5,000 people around the world that has tapped into this live stream right now. Savachi says Europe only has 1.2 kids, not enough to maintain a population, and 1.2 kid is either marrying brown or transferring their gender. There it is. There it is. There's your white Christian Europe project that you guys got going on there. So there it is. The white Christian Europe that is no longer going to exist. So there you have it. All right, man. But either way, all politics aside, Jan Blachowicz really looked good for somebody at 42 years old right now, really putting it on Guskov here. Says Brown is better. There you go. He says white Europeans will all learn to wash their asses kicking or screaming. He says, if the Ottoman Empire couldn't take Europe, some dumb social dependent non-working fools is going to take it. I mean, listen, here's the thing that you're sort of having a bit of some misunderstanding here on that, Fresh. Look, here's something you got to understand, right? Just because they're at that kind of situation, it doesn't mean that they're not capable of, let's say, forming like Voltron and creating some kind of, threat to their nation. I mean, look, man, cops in France can't even go to certain neighborhoods anymore. I mean, that should tell you a lot already. Says, why don't Europeans wash your butts after taking a dump? He says, the Moors had to come and teach Europeans how to bathe and use soap. There you go. That's a fact. He says, Savachi says, the Italians only survived because the Moors. Yup. There it is. Wow, man. So just like that, this fight ends in a majority draw. This fight ends in a draw. Yeah, I agree with the draw, guys. I really agree with the draw. I agree with the draw. Like it. I'm going with it. You know what? I swore I predicted a draw for this one. I said that this was going to be a very close matchup. But I think I gave it to Jan though in the prediction. He says it's a good draw. You know what? We normally don't say that, right? We normally don't say that. Sometimes when a draw happens, we are so upset because there's no definitive ending. But this is a good draw. This is a good draw right there. He says, oh, man, Jan always ends up in a draw. Yeah. He says, let's take yeah, but here's the thing that you got to understand, Fresh, right? I think that Donald Trump you know, in all true to God honesty, I think he dumbed down, you know, the white race. That's what I think, because he has this thing where like, oh, you don't need college or this and that. But yet, you know, a lot of his kids go to Ivy League schools so that they can learn how to run his business. Yet he's telling the rest of the white population in America that they don't need college. And it's the reason why, I mean, you know, it's just, yeah. It says AI is not good for you. True. It's not. But speaking of AI, you realize a lot of these pictures in the backgrounds that I have right now is AI. You know that, right? These are all AI pictures right here. Look at this. Vegas in the 1990s. Hollywood in the 1990s. Fight in the Hollywood Hills. Fight in Santa Monica. Right? These are all AI right here. So, you know, I know a thing or two about AIs. He says hillbillies and rednecks love Trump. They do. And I'll tell you the type of rednecks and hillbillies that don't like Trump are the ones that are extremely anti-Zionist, and usually those are the, you know, the Peckerwood type of white boys, you know what I mean, that really don't like Trump. Says Fresh, says that's news you get from CNN, Kyrie. They want to remove gender BS education. Well, we do, man. As Muslims, we do want to get rid of yeah, all of that. You know what I mean? All of that, you know, weird education that they put out there. He says AI will take white collar jobs. That's true. That's true. Yeah, AI can. Well, it depends what white collar job that is, right? Yeah, it really depends what, you know, job that is. I mean, yeah. Look, here's the thing. If a lot of these jobs are going to take AI, you would imagine they would probably have to halt in universal income of some sort, right? Or universal credit or universal type of salary for everybody, right? Like that would be, yeah, that would seem like the right track if you're going to take away a lot of these people's jobs, because yeah, I would imagine, yeah. He says, not real education, Kyrie. Stop listening to libtard talking points. Look, and here's the thing, right? I'm not saying a person can't be intelligent if they don't go to college, but I'll also go out of my way and say I don't think that they would know how to deduct information, right? How to break down information, how to cite an information based on, like, for example, peer-reviewed studies. Do you even know what that is? Do people understand what a peer-reviewed study is and why it's important to understand certain studies through that method, right? Like a person who hasn't, you know, been through that institutionalized, you know, educational training and what have you, I don't think would really understand that, right? And I just think that they understand how to decipher things in a way that they, you know, form their own opinions on things, and also how to create their own narrative, right? But without really showing, you know, metric data behind it and how to decipher that, right? Like that's sort of, yeah, I think that there's a difference in that. But anyways, Peyton Talbot and Henry Cejudo up next right now. Let's go. All right. So why is it all of a sudden you want to get into political talk when we are in the middle of a fight, but when let's say in the middle of a week, when I do the live streams in the middle of the week, you talk about MMA. Stop talking about race baiting stuff. So now, yeah, kind of strange. He says, same as when computers first came, when the internet first came, Western people adapt. Okay. And Cejudo had a tough weight cut. He did. Yeah. Let's go Triple C. Cejudo with 0 wrestling incoming. I think he'll take Peyton Talbot down. I really think, I think he could take Peyton Talbot down right here. And I think that he'll get a significant amount of ground control time. That's what I think. Yeah, I think he'll get a significant amount of ground control time. All right, guys, Peyton Talbot and Henry Cejudo coming up right now. He says that's what he should do, but he never wrestles. Yeah. Henry Cejudo never wrestles. You know what? It depends on what fight it is, right? But I guess sometimes he just wants to show off his striking skills that he's sort of gained over the years. All right, guys, we got the People's co-main event going on right now. He says Merab picked him up like a baby. He will never wrestle again. Yeah, but that's Merab though, right? Henry Cejudo is Henry Cejudo to everybody else, right? Merab is a whole different, story. DeLeon says, but Merab is special. Yeah, he is. He is. Oh, yeah. I know what you meant, Fresh, with the, a typo error there. All right, here's Henry Cejudo right now. The greatest combat athlete in all of combat sports. Unarguably. You can't name a guy that won an Olympic gold medal and a UFC title. You can't name a guy like that other than Henry Cejudo across all weight classes. Of course, Kayla Harrison or Ronda Rousey, but she didn't win gold. So, that's a little different, which kind of shows you, the level of success that Henry Cejudo has had across weight classes. Fresh said Savas started the political BS. He's a nasty little woman. Did he? Was he the one that started it? Are you sure? Yeah, he kind of did, though. Looking back at it, he did. When he brought up how what do you call it? How Jan, is like part of NATO, like the Polish are like part of NATO and whatnot. Yeah. Says Henry is a legend. I agree, man. I agree. Look, you don't gotta like all of the cringe stuff that he does, but look, man, you gotta understand when Henry Cejudo went into that whole cringe, era into his career. I need to explain something to you guys, right? Most wrestlers, okay, are some of the most boring people that you will ever meet. And I've been around wrestlers, almost my whole life, right? They are really some boring ass people, right? And unfortunately, for as great as wrestling is, right, in terms of how it can catapult you into MMA, it's also a culture that really cultivates a lot of boring people, right? And then that doesn't spell marketability in the world of prize fighting. So, yeah. Victory says, I respect Henry's ability, but I don't like him at all. There you go. There you go. That's just being objective right there. Yeah, I'm not all into the whole, cringe thing that he does or this and that, where he talks about, like, he said that he was going to go challenge, who did he say he was going to challenge? Amanda Nunes or Shevchenko for an intergender championship? Like, come on, bro. You know what I mean? Like I get, the whole, all right, let's get a gimmick thing going on or this and that, but some things are just way silly. Fresh says he's a little pen troll. What do you mean by pen troll? What is a pen troll? Explain the context behind that. All right, here's Peyton Talbot. All right, fighting out of Phoenix, Arizona. Yes, so Henry Cejudo and Sean O'Malley are basically living in the same town, right? I wonder if they ever ran across each other or trained with each other, right? All right, here's Henry Cejudo, man. I'm always interested to see Henry Cejudo fight, though, man, because you never know what he's going to do, right? He's got good wrestling, but then he can also strike, and, yeah, you just don't know what he's going to do. All right, here we go. Peyton Talbot taking on Henry Cejudo. All right, here we go. Here, number one, guys. I mean, it's too early. It's very early on in the fight to say who's winning. Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell who's winning in that one. All right, here we go. Oh, there's another leg kick by Henry Cejudo right there. All right, some good exchanges between Henry and Peyton right now. Okay, good one. Good one by Henry. Little fake right there, and then goes for the leg kick. A little fake check, and then going into a leg kick. Very interesting choice of attacks by Henry Cejudo there. Okay, here's Henry Cejudo shooting in for a single leg right now. He says Kyrie is better than Anik at a play-by-play. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't think what I do is what John Anik does. John Anik is more like, I wouldn't say he's a play-by-play guy. That's more of Joe Rogan. But, yeah, he's more of like a host. That's what John Anik serves as, like a host. Right? Kind of like if you've ever seen like these MTV shows where there's a guy that's hosting, the music videos. He's like, all right, now in number 2 in today's, top 15, such and such, right? That's kind of what John Anik does. He's a TV presenter, right? Not a play-by-play guy. I think that's called color commentary, or yeah, I think that's what he would be classified as a color commentary. Which is why you don't really see a lot of technical breakdowns from him. All right, a little pause in the action. Okay, it was an unintentional foul right here by Henry Cejudo, and then Chris Coyote starts him up again. He says his title is lead play-by-play announcer. Okay, so then, all right. I suppose then Joe Rogan would be classified as a color commentator because obviously he provides a lot of color in his in his repertoire of TV presentation. So, all right, man. Yeah, really quick on the part of Talbot right now, right? You know, just really, yeah. He says, yeah, color is the expert. Okay, okay. I tell you what, there ain't a man alive that can do what I do, lad. Had to throw that out there, you know, throw a little Conor McGregor. Oh my goodness! I can't believe it. Peyton Talbot takes him down. Now, that is exactly what we were talking about earlier when we said that, look, man, you can't be ignoring your wrestling, and this is what happens. He says, no, color are not the experts, maybe in playing sports. Okay, a little bit of some racial undertone there from Fresh, of course. It's what you do best, right, is throwing racial undertones there. But anyways. All right, so Henry Cejudo scrambling out. Not many times you see Henry Cejudo on his back like this, right? So let's see how he does off of his back jiu-jitsu-wise. He says, we need more racism in this world. Why? For what? For what? I don't think you understand exactly. Like, see, this is how I know. This is how I know you're a white boy from the suburbs, right? This is how I know you're that, right? Like, you talk about how, okay, we need more racism in the world. All right, you know what? Maybe for the lulz, for the entertainment, sure. But there are deadly consequences to racism, right? I mean, you're talking about race riots, people popping off, people cracking off, and, you know, people doing all types of reprisal acts in the process. And Henry Cejudo gets taken down again. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe it, man. He took Henry Cejudo down a couple of times there, man. So, yeah, look, I get you, Fresh. I get that there's entertainment aspects of it. Because you know as well as I do, you know, I like making videos about it. You know what? A lot of the videos that I've done that are really good have a lot of race-related, you know, content behind it, right? The Charlie Kirk live stream that we did, right? Obviously, there was a lot of racist stuff going on there. There were black dudes in the chats, you know, going at the whites going at the blacks. I mean, it was, yeah, man. He says, no, racism is keeping society alive. Without it, people would start a revolution. Ah, okay. Well, it's an interesting take. So, all right, man. First round, Peyton Talbot gets a first round takedown, and then he starts opening his tongue right up, man. What if he just decided right after he opened his tongue like that, he just gave Henry, you know, let's say, you know, a kiss right out of nowhere? Like, would that be a disqualification? Like, is there a disqualification matter on sexual harassment? You know, I don't know, man. But yeah, he says, Savachi says, we need Europeans to become more civilized. There you go. That's what it is. Division on every level. Yup. A division on every level. What do you mean by that, Victory, in regards to what? Oh, no! Henry Cejudo got hurt! Henry Cejudo got hurt, but he comes back. Now he's got a single leg right on Peyton Talbot. Cejudo looks like a Cabbage Patch doll. Yeah. Oh, wow. Well, Cejudo reverses in this scrambling exchanges right now. Now he's right on top of Peyton Talbot, full guard position right now. He says what Fresh said about racism preventing a revolution. Okay, racism preventing a revolution. Got it. So, in other words, I guess what he's trying to say is if we have that type of banter going on, it would be less likely that we would go out there and cause mayhem on each other, right? Because we're sort of doing it on a Call of Duty, you know, type of scenario, right? Where, you know, we're like on these Call of Duty lobbies saying all types of racist stuff and this, that, and the other. Fresh cup juice, Savachi says. Hey, there it is, fresh, man. You gonna let him call you cup juice like that, bro? Come on, man. You gonna let him call you that? Don't let him call you that. He says, in your mouth, Savachi Financial. That's a very horrible comeback, in your mouth. What is that? You know, like in the 90s. Remember in the 90s, they used to go, in your face. Yeah, every time you would, like, do something or they would score over you at a basketball game, they would just say, hey, in your face. Yes, great scramble. Henry Cejudo in half guard position right now, maintaining top control. Now he is in side control position right now with under 3 minutes left in the second round. So instead of in your face, Fresh goes in your mouth. Ugh. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. You don't just get the wah, wah, wah. You get the wah, 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 with the little West Coast, you know, hip hop sound in the background. You go along with it. Wah, 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 wah. Like those little whistle sounds that you got in every West Coast rap song. That's what you get. You don't get just the wah, wah, wah. You get the wah, 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 wah. All right, meanwhile, here is round number 2 with Henry Cejudo and Peyton Talbot. By the way, I'm very impressed with the wrestling of Peyton Talbot right now. Who's impressed by Peyton Talbot's wrestling right now? Right? Very impressive stuff that this guy, you know, was able to pull through. Fresh says, an Olympic wrestler on his back, LOL. Have you ever seen DC or Jones on their back? Nope. In fact, the only time I've ever seen any of them on their back was if they fought each other. And I don't even think DC was able to put John on his back. No, I've never seen John on his back. The Gustafsson fight, oh, wow, Henry Cejudo is hurt. Henry Cejudo is hurt from that knee from Talbot right now. Oh, but Henry Cejudo is fighting back with that fighting Mexican spirit that he's got going on. Oh, now, oh, wow, now Henry is down on the ground. He got tripped off while Peyton was, while he was trying to go for a knee. He says Cejudo got that dog in him. He does, bro. He does, man. Real Mexican fighter. Real Mexican fighter, brother. This brother is real Mexican fighter. But tonight he's Papi. Hey. All right, man. Henry Cejudo's right eye is unrecognizable right now. Really busted up open right now. Boom! There's a nice body kick by Henry Cejudo. Ooh, there's a knee by Peyton Talbot. Oh, there's an overhand right by Henry. Oh, wow. This is a dogfight right now. I am so excited for round number 3. Let's go! Yeah! Top level MMA at its best, baby. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. And I bet you the Moreno fight is going to be even wilder coming up. Reminds me of the WEC days, right? When they really featured all the 135ers. I agree with you, Savachi. It is a good fight. He says Henry's fighting like Modeli drinking Mexican tonight. Yeah, okay, a Modeli drinking Mexican tonight. Got it. Okay. Yeah, the fighting spirit, right? Just how they sort of market it in their commercials. This is the dog we wished Aspinall had in him. Facts, bro. That is facts. This is what we wanted out of Tom Aspinall, right? You know, but we found out that Tom Aspinall was just nothing more than a bully who who got bullied, and then couldn't fight back when he was getting bullied. Yeah, so win or lose, man, we are giving this big props to Henry, man. He got nothing to be ashamed of in this fight at all. Ooh, there's Henry coming back. See, even as Payton Talbot is going for that Muay Thai plum, Henry is still throwing overhand hooks and hard shots as he's trying to do that, right? So that it kind of shows you he's kind of going dog for dog instead of technique for technique with him. All right, so here's Henry Cejudo shooting in right now. Okay, now there's Payton Talbot. Yeah, dude, I think Payton Talbot won this fight right here, but it was Henry Cejudo that I think really has the moral victory of this one. All right, man. So maintaining this clinch position right now from Payton Talbot, keeping Henry Cejudo backed up into the fence. Henry Cejudo has an inside wizard on Payton Talbot as Payton Talbot is pushing him towards the fence. And now Payton Talbot's looking to trip, but as he trips, it is Henry Cejudo that gets right on top. And now he's right on top with the half guard position. He says, this all happened because of Mighty Mouse. Yeah, true, right? True. Mighty Mouse getting traded off for a whole series of events, and here we are. That is very true, man. Yeah, Mighty Mouse, man, not only is he a legend in his own right in what he did in his division, but what he did with being part of that trade really changed the landscape of MMA overall. Yeah, props to Mighty Mouse, except for when he collaborates with MMA Guru. He fired MMA Guru off of his show, like Joe Buttons fired Rory and Maul from his podcast. He fired MMA Guru because MMA Guru was smashing on on the Dagestanis during the Jack Della Maddalena fight. And by the way, I did a video on that about how an MMA Guru took down his UFC 322 stream. Fresh says, was that racist to tell DJ to sell DJ to other white people? What do you mean? What do you mean? He was the boss of that show, right? DJ is a much more popular figure than obviously MMA Guru is, right? I mean, that's a given. So, DJ was the A side to that show. He was the champion. He was the former, fighter. And on top of that, DJ has a following in the video game world even before he got into YouTube. So there you go, man. He was way bigger than MMA Guru. He says UFC sold DJ. Oh, okay. That's what you meant. I thought you were talking about the podcast thing with MMA Guru, how DJ fired MMA Guru from his show. All right, so there we go, man. This is a dog fight right now, heading into the last 30 seconds. Yeah. I know what he's talking about now. Yeah, he clarified that he's talking about the one trade, correct? The one where he was involved with Ben Askren. I remember. They were really trying to bring Ben Askren in here to like dominate or be like this, possible guy that could take on the Dagestanis. But yeah. He says, no, I was stalling. Oh, wow, man. They're doing a little bit of some Max Holloway point down. Oh, wow. Ends it with a jumping front kick by Payne Talbot. And that is the end of the fight right there. They go the distance. Everybody give some warm of applause for these guys and what they just did right here. That's right, man. That was absolutely tremendous. All right, man. Let's find out who the winner is of this one. Who is Henry Cejudo talking to? Is that Dana White that he's talking to? What are they? What exactly are they talking about there? I tell you what, listen, you know how in the wrestling world they say, you know, put the guy over, right? I think that they really just put him over right there. He says, Talbot, if I was Brendan Schaub. Yeah, Brendan Schaub has a strange way of pronouncing things, doesn't he? Talmud, yes. Peyton Talmud, because he is part of the agenda. The agenda of Zionism. Yeah, but respect to Henry for sure, man. Yeah, he didn't win this. Henry didn't win this, but you know what? Much respect to him regardless, man. You know, Henry, you know, he did a good job. Yeah, Henry did a good job. He had nothing to be ashamed of here. You know what? Honestly, he should have just left right there during the Dominic Cruz fight in the pandemic. You know, he beats Dominic Cruz, gets that win. He should just rode off into the sunset. But he wanted to come back into the crowd, right? You know, Khabib retired in the pandemic, right? There was literally no one at the crowd. So, you know, but it is what it is. Boom, there's some nice knees right there. Yeah, Strickland is fighting Fluffy. Yes. Did they give a date and time for that yet? All right, ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' decision. 30-27 by unanimous decision, Payton Talbot. Yeah, look, it was a dogfight overall. That's the kind of fight that you want on a Saturday night, right? The type of fight that you're like, you know what? This is worth watching. And it was worth watching. And if you're a fan of Henry Cejudo, unfortunately, that's the reality of the situation. You know what? It's combat sports. You know, it is a sport for young men. And by the end of the day, Henry Cejudo had his time. Right now, it just seems like it's Payton Talbot's time, right? Former jiu-jitsu world champion coming into the world of MMA. It is what it is. But, yeah, on to Brendan Moreno and on to the next fight. All right, so nine days ago, I talked about how MMA Guru's UFC 322 live stream has been deleted, right? Let's go back in time and check out what that was about. I'll be back to read your comments, okay? By the way, shout out to the new subscribers. Thank you all. Thank you to the new people subscribing. Shout out to all you guys. In news, MMA Guru's UFC 322 live stream has been taken down. Here's something you got to learn and understand about this, right? Nobody is bigger than the program. I know that everybody wants to be edgy. Everybody wants to feel like they can say whatever they want. Everyone wants to yell out freedom of speech, this, that, and the other. The reality is that YouTube is a corporation. It is a business. And in order to run a business, you have to have a little bit of some inclusive mindsets in how you're going to run your business. For example, you can't just say what you want to offend Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, all the way through D, E, F, all the way to Z. You can't do that. What you can do is make the best content possible within the guidelines that YouTube has asked of you. Now, obviously, from what I understand, in the live stream that he has going on, where it's supposedly deleted, there's a UFC 322 live stream, but it said there only 37 minutes, okay? 37 minutes. And I thought that was really interesting. I think that he may have cut that up, and then not only cut it up, he turned it into a members only stream. So what does this mean? Well, that means that MMA Guru has probably a sense of worry towards what he said in the 322 live stream. Now, obviously, he said a whole bunch of things about Islam Makhachev, about the Dagestanis, and then goes into these racial tirades about Muslims and this and that. Whereas, like, I don't even want to say half of the things that he wants to say. It's absolutely just disgusting to the max, right? But the one thing that I notice is, like, brother, you don't have room to talk, okay? You only started becoming a non-virgin like about a couple of years ago, and all of a sudden now you feel like you're this big honcho and this and that. And the reality is, bro, listen, views don't make you the man, okay? They don't make you a man, period. They can make you the man in the world of MMA streaming, and that's one thing that I will give MMA Guru all the credit in the world. But as a man, I don't know if I would go that far. I don't think that he's had real life experiences, let alone real fights, to actually call himself one. In fact, the guy is a quintessential sheltered human being, right? A very sheltered young man. But the thing is that this is just the beginning of what is going on with MMA Guru. Now, obviously, you've seen in the beginning of the page, okay, the man talked about how you know what, I'm the one that reported MMA Guru or this and that. I'm talking about the guy in the beginning of the video where I showed you what he said on my comment section, right? So it dawned to me, was like, man, you know what? I don't condone snitching whatsoever. It's not what I do. It's not the culture I come from. It's not something that I would advise anybody to do, right? At least people within my circle. But one thing I gotta really understand about this objectively, snitching on the internet is not snitching really, because it's not the cops that you're snitching to. You're snitching to a company. I still wouldn't do it. The bottom line is there are rules and regulations in YouTube, and we have to create content around that. If you can't create content around that, then your channel is going to be taken down. If not, your video being taken down, or by the looks of things, MMA Guru cut up his UFC 322 live stream and basically created a 37-minute clip out of it, right? And then put it on a members only, because this is what he does with a lot of his lives. A lot of his lives are literally filled with anti-Muslim, anti-Black racial tirades, and sometimes maybe even anti-Indian tirades too. But anyways, yeah, he's a person that just thrives on racial tirade. So as a result of that, obviously you're going to be in the radar of YouTube, and I honestly think this is the beginning of the end of MMA Guru if he doesn't go out and try to rebrand himself, or by the very least try and well, fix all these little things that DJ has told him. DJ has told him from the very beginning, my man, listen, you can't be doing that. You can't be saying stuff like that, because I actually go out and train with these guys. Because unlike DJ, MMA Guru knows nobody in the MMA world other than the people that wanted to be friends with him for clout, and that's I'm talking about Drickus and Tom Aspinall, right? That's the only reason why they were even friends with him in the first place, is because they were able to bring something to him. Other than that, none of these fighters would have ever hung out with him if he wasn't the MMA Guru. As a matter of fact, let's make a normalization of just calling him Kyle Me, okay? Because I tell you what, I'm not out there reporting anybody, but if somebody's going to tell me that they reported them and then they got their channel taken down as a result of that, I'm going to make a news about it. But I still wouldn't condone it. Bottom line, MMA Guru, you need to do better. And for that guy that snitched on him, just like what Joey Swole said, you need to mind your own business. But nonetheless, it's great content either way. Okay? But once again, that is the difference between MMA Guru and DJ. DJ is a person that's a real fighter, a real entity in the sport, and not only that, a real product. So therefore, he has to be very careful in how he says things. He has to be very diplomatic. This is something that MMA Guru doesn't understand. A lot of you just only understand First Amendment rights or this and that. The truth is, there is no such thing as First Amendment rights. Let's just get that, right off the bat. Okay, and then on top of that, you want to talk about First Amendment rights, try saying something racially charged, okay? And then have your work, take a look at it and see what happens to you the next day, right? You'll get canceled, you'll get cut, you'll get fired, you'll get sacked, whatever slang you want to use, getting outs from your job, whatever slang you use to describe that term. Either way, MMA Guru needs to do better, okay? Because if you're not, he's on the verge of possibly being on the radar. And this is not a hate towards him in any kind of way. Look, I may not like him as a person, but it doesn't mean that I don't like him as a content creator. In fact, I think he is very revolutionary in the way that he was able to garner an audience the way that he did and basically build all these new smaller channels on the MMA space, like myself, like Fight Night Frankie, like Bromo MMA, like Lucas Tracy MMA, who else? Rigo, right? There's another guy that I really not too fond of, but on any regard, yes, we are all part of that community, right? And I wouldn't be given fair credit if I didn't say that this man somehow helped cultivate this community in some kind of way, because let's be honest, right? Other than myself and maybe a few others who have a good amount of fight experience, a good amount of martial arts experience, this is a guy that virtually knows nothing other than Taekwondo. That's not the biggest, that's not really the biggest accomplishment in the world. I mean, I remember MMA Guru in one stream pulled out, a medal that he won at a Taekwondo tournament. Well, here we go. Just like that, I won some medals in Taekwondo as well, MMA Guru. So, and then on top of that, how about a Muay Thai trophy that I won in 2010 on top of, listen, real martial arts. How about this? Shared the same card as Anthony Fluffy Hernandez back in 2012. Real MMA stuff, real MMA perspective. And quite frankly, MMA Guru is just lucky to be here. You're just lucky to have people even pay attention to you. Other than that, you're just a worthless, no good, nothing. But that's about it. Listen, you got everything coming to you, my man. You're still a great streamer, but at the same time, you got everything coming to you. And I don't feel sorry for you one bit. All right. So Henry Cejudo has now retired. All right, let's get this on right here. All right. So, as we continue on, we are about to witness Moreno versus Taira. At the same time, we are also witnessing Henry Cejudo retiring. It is Henry Cejudo who is now retired, right? They did a little video package for him. Had to play that video about MMA Guru for a bit. Had to step out just right before the Moreno versus Taira fight. Yeah, man, legendary career. Look, that's how a lot of most MMA careers end, right? It just ends with a loss. That's just how a lot of people are going to go out, right? Whether you're fighting in the regional scenes or whether you are fighting in the UFC, especially in the UFC, more so in the UFC, right? You're not going to, necessarily get the, what do you call it? The storybook ending that we are looking for, right? That's not what you get out of MMA. Sometimes you get it, which makes it special, but oftentimes you get situations like BJ Penn, like Henry Cejudo, like Frankie Edgar. A lot of these guys ended up getting knocked out or worse at the end of their career. But that's really what it is by the end of the day. Okay, let's get back to the comments right now as we are witnessing Taira walking out right now. Let's go back to the comments before I had to step out. Okay, so Strickland is fighting Fluffy. By the way, I threw out the Fluffy reference there. Me and him sharing the same card back in 2012. Sort of threw that out there. Aspinall doesn't have my Mexican respect. He doesn't have my Mexican respect. Okay, fair play to that. Yeah, definitely not the Mexican fighting spirit, right? I would imagine the old timers from the boxing days, Julio Cesar Chavez, would not necessarily approve of that, even though Julio Cesar Chavez never knew what it was like to be poked in the eye, because obviously in boxing they have different set of gloves. But on any regard, the fighting spirit of the Mexican would not allow that. I agree. Yes. Fight night on February 21st. Okay, good. So that should be right around Ramadan. Okay, so they should be fighting during Ramadan. Interesting. Okay. He says F Strickland. There it is, man. Strickland with a 3 Ks. Cuck Juice loves Strickland. There you go. Do you love Strickland? Cuck, I mean Fresh Juice. Aspinall got 0 dog in him. Moreno better beat Armin. Better beat Armin. Okay. Oh, okay. Moreno better beat. You mean? Yeah, he's not facing anyone named Armin. He's facing a guy named Taira Tatsaru. But he says F MMA Guru. He says I'm tired of hearing about MMA Guru. We shouldn't say his name or give him a voice. You know what? Listen, here's the thing, right? MMA Guru. You look straight up. If I was in London. Let me just say this, Fresh. I'm sorry, Sabachi. You know what it is. Same thing in New Jersey. I would have done the same thing to MMA Guru in London. You know what I mean by that, right? Same thing. But, all right, if we're talking just content-wise, he does give voice to a lot of people that, normally wouldn't have, a voice in the world of MMA. But, shout out to him on that. We got to give credit where credit is due. Melon Juice Cucks for Guru. Moreno better beat Amin. Guru is a good Muslim. He's not Muslim at all. Moreno better KO Amin. Kane, Andy Ruiz, Moreno, like Uriah and DC, Brandon Royval, Manuel Torres. Yes, from earlier. Manuel Torres from earlier. Yes, all right. So caught up with all the chats on that one. So, all right, man. Brandon Moreno now set to walk into the cage right now. Diego Lopez is a Mexican citizen. Okay, so elaborate for me on that, right? From what we understand, Diego Lopez is Brazilian, right? Which kind of explains why he spells his name with an S rather than with a Z, right? The Portuguese Lopez version is with an S, and then the Mexican or I'm sorry, the Spanish version of Lopez is with a Z. And so he trained. So I'm trying to understand that, right? Like, if you're a Brazilian, why would you move to Mexico for MMA? It seems a little bit backwards, right? Like, I could see a Brazilian boxer move to Mexico to train with like Mexican boxers, right? But the idea of a Brazilian moving to Mexico to train with Mexican MMA fighters, it seems backwards because they're not as highly advanced in MMA yet. Unless, of course, he decided to open a gym there in which he knew that that was going to be very lucrative for him. But yeah, Strickland has been with many. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, that's a weird one right there. I highly doubt that. Fresh, you know, that's a weird comment to make, especially since, you know, you're talking about the activities of another man to which you know nothing about. But yeah, but Diego has Mexican citizen. Okay, so he's a Mexican citizen, pretty much. Hey, you know what? He has a lot in common with the president of Mexico, right? You know, they both kind of don't belong there. You know, the president of Mexico is an Israeli citizen. So, all right. So Brandon Moreno is now being announced right now after Taira. All right, guys. Shout outs to 6,000 people around the world that has tapped in. We are on our way to break the record of UFC 311, right? I mean, obviously I've had bigger streams in this, but, you know, I'm sort of just comparing the streams for MMA related, the MMA related pay-per-views that we did. But yeah, man, 6,000 people around the world, man. He says still Mexican though. Are you talking about Diego, or are you talking about the president, the Jewish Mexican president? All right, let's have the music off on this one, and let's get the fights going right now. All right, here we go. Round one, Moreno versus Taira. Moreno. All right, man. I got the perfect background for this fight right now. Really having fun with these AI generated backgrounds we got going on right now. This is in dedication to Moreno right here. Here we go. Vario Pride, Holmes. That's right. Vario Pride. Lowriders. Oh, wow. What is this? He's got Taira in some kind of choke here. What is this? All right, so Moreno is still attempting something here. Taira is trying to fight his way up out of here. Yeah, you can gas your legs out in these type of situations right here. How about this? Look what AI put up for me right here. I said I was looking for low riders in Iraq, and this is what came up out of it. This background. Man, he's been maintaining this for a long period of time now, man. You would imagine that this is going to tire his legs out in some kind of way. Right. This is what Savachi Financial Europe will look like. I mean, what is so bad about this, right? You got low riders in the desert. Obviously, there's no deserts in Europe, but I'm sure you know it could use some low riders out there. He says both. Oh, okay, yes, still Mexican though. Okay, so you're saying that yes, both the president and Diego Lopez are Mexican. Sure, yeah, you could. I mean, you know, Diego Lopez obviously is very highly assimilated in Mexico, right? He obviously speaks Spanish, right? So, you know, I think that's sort of you know, really the only criteria, the most criteria that you need to live in a country, right, is being able to speak their language, I suppose, right? All right, so they're right back up on their feet. All right, very good round one. Man, we're on our way to the co-main event pretty soon. He is not. He is not. Stop capping. Stop capping. You're just saying anything now. All right, so the corner of Taira is telling him that he's going to control this fight. I mean, so far he has, right? Just that, yeah. That one submission attempt by Moreno, he didn't let go of it and just was stuck there, you know, until the end of time. There it is. He says, cock juice. He says, I don't speak Ebonic. Well, you want to know what England would look like if they had more Mexicans there? It would look something like this. There you go. It would look something like this. All right, man. I'm getting addicted to AI now. All right, let's take it back. Low riders in Vegas. Here we go. All right, so far. All right, so there's a shot right there by Taira, sort of. Oh wow! Now he trips him on the ground. Now he's right on top position. Says I was on a mission in London 20 years ago and could see a clear sign of it falling. It says Moreno's a real Mexican. Yes. Yes. In terms of nationality wise, yes. Oh wow, man. Taira is looking to finish. Oh, Brandon Moreno, right? Oh my goodness. Taira just finished Brandon Moreno. I can't believe it. Wow. Moreno is a Muslim Lego master. Yeah, sure. Man, that was wow, man. Taira would have finished right there, man. Yeah, but Moreno is protesting that one. He doesn't think that that was a definitive win. Yeah, first guy to finish, Brandon Moreno. Wow. And Moreno was protesting. Yeah, Moreno was protesting the ending of that one. Right? But, you know, if you're not able to intelligently defend yourself, you know, just allowing those shots to go through right there, you know, the referee has no choice. Yeah, man. So great finish on Taira coming up right now, man. You know, both in boxing and MMA. Yeah, man. Yeah, we're seeing the changing of the guards tonight, right? So I think that's sort of what we're going to probably expect in the co-main event with Joshua Van. So yeah, Mario says a stop too early. You think so? I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, look, he wasn't defending those shots, right? Those shots were just coming in there a little too easy, and says maybe less Lego and more fighting Moreno. I don't think his fascination with Lego had anything to do with that. I mean, look, if Taira was going to lose here, I mean, are we going to blame that on his obsession with anime? You know what? I don't know if he actually watches anime, right? You know, it feels like the only people that really watch anime are non-Japanese people, like mostly like American dweebs and dorks that watch it. You know what I mean? But nah, I mean, you know, shout out to those that watch anime. But yeah, you know what I mean. You know, it seems like just mostly, you know, non-Japanese people that watch it. You know, but who knows? He says your guy is up next, fresh the goat. Oh yeah, you know what, man? Listen, Juice, he glazes this Pantoja guy so hard. I can't wait for Joshua Van to really put it on him after this. He says he's from Japan. No, that's what I mean. I mean that non-Japanese people are not really into anime. You know, it's mostly non-Japanese people. He says, have you been in Japan? They love it. Also, black nerds love it. Yes, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Yeah. He says the GOAT. Is that in reference to Pantoja, who's coming up next? He says Van will KO Pantoja. Yes, that is what I am. That is what I am hoping and going for right there is that right for Joshua Van to do exactly that. All right, guys, listen. Islam Makhachev, he's not going to be fighting at the White House. There's a political reason why he's not going to be fighting at the White House. But first, before I play this video, let me read what Savashi's here says. He says, an end of an era, they are getting rid of the old heads on this card, ending with the ESPN era. New fighters are cheaper. Wow. An end of an era, they are getting rid of the old heads on this card and ending the ESPN era. The new fighters are cheaper. Okay. So listen, this is a very important thing I need you guys to understand, right? I'm glad that Savachi had brought this up right here, right? I'm going to tell you why I'm glad that he had brought this up, okay? This literally is what this whole entire card is about, okay? This is literally what the whole entire card is about. It is about the old heads being taken out by the new heads. And what exactly does Savachi Financial mean here when he says the new fighters are cheaper? Well, guess what? All of these $1 million that Conor McGregor has made, Khabib has made, Islam has made, Khamzat, John Jones, all of these guys, they want to do something different for the next generation. You see, all the new generation right now is looking up to these names that I had just mentioned and said, you know what? I want to make that much that they are making. Here's the problem. They're not going to let you do that, and they're going to do it with a ceiling. Well, here's why. Because they know that with this new deal, they have fighters that are going to be a lot cheaper. And what's great about that, at least on their side, is that now they can leverage fighters that are in destitute situations. Okay. And not only that, they don't have to worry about a fighter being bigger than the program. That's really what this comes down to. All right. They don't want anybody to be bigger than a program. And that's really all there is to it. There's no fighter that is bigger than the program, and they want to be able to control that. They want to be able to control what these fighters make, because if they make too much, guess what happens? You're going to have an out-of-control situation like Conor McGregor, like Francis Ngannou, who felt like he was way above beyond the program. A situation like Khabib, who can just leave by the time he made his millions already, can just go out on top. Who else? Who else is part of that? John Jones, holding them up hostage. And the first one out of all of them that gave UFC a lot of problems because they were too big for the program was Tito Ortiz. So this card, UFC 323, that is literally what this symbolizes. It is the end of the ESPN era, and it is the end of the pay-per-view fighter era. Nothing more, nothing less, and that is the name of the game where the old gets toppled by the new, just like any other sport. And that's just really what it comes down to. All right, so there it is. Just wanted to get that out there. Okay, so before I play that video, he says, I Khamzat will fight in the White House, please. Okay, Islam is Jewish. That's why he's not fighting at the White House card. When you say Americans, do you mean Native Indigenous Americans, or do you mean European settlers and Americans? Ah, okay, very interesting. Says, just making sure. Indigenous are more Americans. Yeah, that's true. We are using the correct term for the colonizing European genociders. Indigenous are more American. Savachi says you are normalizing colonizer genociders when you are calling the European invaders American. Okay, come White House, please. Okay, so let's get to this video right here before we get to the co-main event with Joshua Ban. That's a good question, bro. Look, I like the UAE system, right? Because there's an Islamic derivative behind it. They don't tax anybody. Okay, now, granted, you know, you're a foreigner, never a non-Muslim nation tax you, but that's one thing, right? If you're a Muslim yourself and you're living in these countries and, you know, they decided they don't want to tax you, well, then that's great, right? I mean, why not take that opportunity? But for the government to choose to tax you, and then for a person to choose to alleviate themselves away from those taxes, I don't think should be a fault to anybody, and it should not be a bear of responsibility. Like, hey, you're not paying your taxes, so therefore you're not helping the poor and the destitute. Well, I mean, I'm sure Khabib helps the poor and the destitute in his own way, but not in a way to fund the government of Russia, which I quite frankly don't blame him. By the way, I need you guys to understand something, right? I want you to understand a couple of things about Khabib. He told Islam that he doesn't want him to fight at the White House. You know that? Khabib does not want Islam to fight at the White House. Now, why is that? Well, the reason why he doesn't want him to fight at the White House is because there's a lot of political implications behind it. I really mean that. There's a lot of political implications behind why he does not want him to fight at the White House. Okay? And those political implications deal with the fact that America is friends with Israel. And not only is America friends with Israel, America has supported the genocide of Muslims around the world. And let's not forget the Iraq War. Everybody talks about Israel, right? How Israel is, you know, the big bad wolf of the Middle East. Well, what about America? Well, you can argue that America sort of was propelled by Israel to do these things. I mean, I don't know how accurate that is, but you can certainly make that assumption. But make no mistake, the Muslim world is still very much angry with the fact that America has invaded Iraq, has invaded Afghanistan, and has invaded Yemen, or has facilitated Yemen through proxies of some kind of way, right? That is the reality of the situation. Khabib has his reasons why he does not want Islam Makhachev to fight at the White House. Now, you're probably wondering, well, didn't Khabib meet Donald Trump? And didn't he have a great conversation with him? What did Donald Trump say about Khabib exactly? Right? He said something very interesting about Khabib. Let me see if I can pull that up right here while I read these comments. David Rivera says, I'm back. Welcome back, my man. Fresh Melon Juice says, Serious F. Apparently not more than Arabs. I don't know what that is in reference to. He redacted his statement on that one. But okay, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say about Khabib. Let's hear what he had to say about Khabib here. This was, I believe, on a Joe Rogan podcast that he had mentioned this, or okay, right here.
I don't know. I gotta see. I think.
Oh, okay. You know what? This is during Cage Side. Look, this is what he said to Donald Trump during Cage Side right here. So Trump tells Khabib he will stop the war in Gaza. We are going to stop it. This was right before Donald Trump got reelected as president again.
Well, is it? I don't know. I got a little I gotta see. I think this could be everything. Well, is it?
Okay, so that was Dustin Poirier in the background, obviously after a post-fight win. So okay, all right. This is what Donald Trump had to say about Khabib.
Khabib came up to me after the fight the other night, and you know, you guys would probably say he's the best ever, maybe, and you know, certainly he probably is, and very close, right? John Jones, a lot of people say, and you know, and he said to me, "Oh, I hope you can get in because we have to stop the wars. We have to stop the killing. he was so smart. He understood it. And I think he's friends or was friends, but I think he is friends with Putin very much. He said, we have to stop the killing, and it's true. And I think I'd have that war stopped if I was president-elect. Right after the election, if I win, I will get that war stopped. I'll get it stopped fast before I get to office. If it's not stopped before then.
Talking about Russia, Ukraine.
I'm talking about Russia, Ukraine. We'll get it stopped. So many people are being killed. Far more people are being killed. And I thought it was great when Khabib came up and he says, we've got to stop all of the killing in the world. He's a very smart guy, very interesting guy. We talked for.
So there it is. Very smart guy, very interesting guy. Okay, so he takes a liking to Trump. That's fine. I need you guys to understand something within the minds of a Muslim, okay? We don't look at a government the way that we look at the people. We look at the people as innocent. Donald Trump, even though he is the government, okay, even though he is the establishment, and some on the MAGA side will argue that, well, he is the most non-establishment type of politician ever. The one thing you got to understand about Donald Trump is that, yes, he is a bit of a rogue, but he is not the overall reflection of America's history. You understand? He is not he did not cause the wars in the Middle East, although I will say that Trump was probably responsible for bombing innocent Muslims at some point of his political career, at some point of being the commander-in-chief and being that guy who holds the red button of doom to whatever place he wants to bomb on any God-given day. But overall, when you're talking about the White House fight, you're talking about a symbol of American hegemony around the world, right? You're talking about the American sense of supremacy towards the world. And I don't think Khabib wants Islam to be a part of that. Now, Islam seems to be very adamant in wanting to fight at the White House. Well, why is that? Well, him and Khabib are two different people, but at the same time, he also listens to everything that Khabib says. So if Khabib says that I don't want you to fight at the White House, he's not going to fight at the White House. He listens to Khabib because even though he is a double champion, by the end of the day, Khabib is still the commander-in-chief of Team Eagle in the not only in the training room, but also the commander-in-chief of their team when it comes to prayers. If you ever notice, Khabib leads most of the prayers, and that's not by accident. It's because he knows the Quran, memorizes the Quran more than anybody else in the team, and that is the reason why he is not only world champion, but that is also the reason why they have him lead the prayers as a result of that. So what I'm trying to say is that Islam Makhachev has a great chance of not fighting at the White House because of political reasons. And I just explained to you the political reasons and the Muslim sentiments that they have for the American government, not the American people. And I need you to understand that, right? When I was in Egypt and I visited Egypt, one of the most common things that I would hear from people when they say, oh, you are from America, Wahish, America. You know what Wahish means? Means bad, no good, right? Or evil or some sort, right? That's how they see America. But when they say that, they are not talking about me as an American, and in particular an American who's Muslim. They are not talking about regular Americans or just, you know, regular Joes or regular Marty Millers of America. They are literally talking about the U.S. government. So when Khabib says that he doesn't want Islam Makhachev to fight at the White House, this is the reason why. This is the overall sentiment of Muslims around the world. Now, you got to remember, the world that we live in right now, very much different from the 9/11 era. During the 9/11 era, right, most Arabs, Muslims, and people of that persuasion were heavily discriminated. And based on paranoia, based on trauma that had happened in 9/11. But now we live in a world where Turki al-Sheikh, okay, a Saudi royal deputy, is now running boxing. And now Mohammed bin Salman, his boss, his childhood friend that he grew up with, a guy that he served with in, well, I guess in the apparatus of military intelligence with, you know, the Saudis' intelligence service, and the guy that he grew up with watching hours and hours of WWE wrestling and boxing and MMA, is now the head of that country, even though his father, who's the king, is still alive. Mohammed bin Salman is really running everything. So he goes from being the minister of defense to literally being the head of state, right? While still holding on to those positions as well. Nonetheless, very influential. They have Trump in their back pocket. They're doing deals around the world. They are holding leverage and power over Russia and America. So it's safe to say that not only are the Saudis running boxing, MMA, and now WWE, but the majority of the people that are dominating MMA are now Muslims. And guess what? We now live in a world where it's cool to be Muslim. The one thing you got to understand, though, it doesn't change the fact that the overall sentiments that Muslims have is still there. And if you're wondering why Islam Makhachev is not going to fight at the White House, this is why. Now, what about Ilia Topuria, right? He comes into this whole entire mix as well, right? They have talks of Ian Gary possibly fighting Islam Makhachev. Okay, well, here's the thing about it, right? Ilia Topuria is looking to drop his belt. He doesn't want to fight Paddy Pimblett in January. He doesn't want to fight Justin Gaethje. Maybe they're going to vacate the belt, have Ilia Topuria move up to fight at 170, fight against Islam, and nowhere near will that fight be landing at the White House. Not whatsoever. Maybe just right before the White House, maybe a May card, maybe an April card, somewhere after Ramadan. But make no mistake, there is a great chance that Islam Makhachev is not going to fight at the White House. Now, him and Khabib are the opposite. As I've told you, Khabib is the commander-in-chief of that team. Everybody does what he says. But why did Islam even say or initiate that he said he wanted to fight at the White House? Well, all politics aside, there's a prestige that comes with that. And with that prestige, obviously, there is glory and sports glory behind that. But by the end of the day, yes, they go for sports glory like anybody else. Yes, they go for greatness like everybody else. But by the end of the day, understand this. Khabib is a Muslim through and through. And what I mean by being a Muslim through and through is that he is going to hold the sentiments of Muslims around the world, which means that Islam Makhachev will not fight at the White House.
Simpletons that see your sense of reasonability as a sign of wokeness. This is an intellectual sloth way of living. Blessing to you, my British man, Sacramento, CA. Can I say, Kyrie is a fantastic MMA career, and I'm not just glazing him, because he has obviously illuminated the fact that I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. But Kyrie does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good creator. He has a beard that anyone would be jealous over, especially me, as somebody who cannot grow one. Shout out to Kyrie, really good creator. Give the guy a sub. He definitely deserves it. Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankie, I still have some friends in London.
So here we go. We are on to the co-main event of the evening right now. Okay, so listen, Fresh, before we get to the co-main event of the evening, listen, bro, I understand exactly what you're trying to do. I understand exactly what you're trying to say. Look, I already know and understand the depth of your intelligence. I already know and understand it. This is not peak level performance intelligence by Fresh Melon Juice. It's really not. What you're trying to do is just trying to be provocative for the sake of being provocative, making blanket statements that really don't mean anything other than just, he says, I'm just talking to Savachi Financial. Okay, well, but at the same time, it's a blanket statement. And, you know, you're not just going at him, you're also going at a particular group that really you know nothing about. Look, here's the thing about some of the comments that you made, right? you got to understand something. Religious fervor and religious zeal, whether from men or women, are a choice. And that also mostly includes the Muslim community as well. So if you see anybody that decides to wear a certain garment that symbolizes a religious observation of some sort, that is mostly by their choice. You see, what a lot of Western commentators like to make about Islam is that somehow it's the women's oppression, or somehow it is not their choice to be in that position. That's not the case, my man. That is not the case. Like, I think that is an Orientalist view of the world, and quite frankly, a very selfish one at that. But what do you expect from a certain group of demographics that sort of expresses and understands the world through selfish means? You know what I mean? But that's really what it comes down to. But on any regard, we are now set for round number 1 with Joshua Van versus Pantoja right now. Look at Joshua Van looking really calm. Both of them looking really calm for a championship fight. So, yeah, we are in for a championship fight right now. Wow. Okay. So Pantoja starting off really aggressive early on. Ooh, look at these close range shots right here, knees and everything. Oh, wow. Pantoja is hurt. I can't believe it. Pantoja's arm is hurt. Pantoja's arm is hurt, and I can't believe it. Joshua Van just won out of nowhere. I can't believe it. He just won out of nowhere. Look at that. His arm was hurt out of nowhere, and it was a quick finish. And they had to call it off. I can't believe it. Wow. I cannot believe it. That is amazing. That is amazing. I can't believe it. Okay. So let's see how that dislocation of the arm happened. So what happened was he landed. It's the way that, look at this. As he landed, wow, it bent sideways. Wow, I told you guys Joshua Van. So Joshua Van picks up his leg right after catching a kick, and then he just throws him down on the ground, and he literally fell right on his arm. Wow. So he picks up his leg from a high kick and then just throws him to the ground like that, and then just lands on his arm. The arm that has the prominent tattoo, which is the left arm of Pantoja. Wow, man. Wow, a complete freak accident, and that was all that it did. Wow. That was all that it took. That was all that it took. Yawashi wanted Van to win. Yawashi? Who's that? Takashi? Are you talking about Takashi? Takashi 6'9" to win? Pantoja pulled Aspinall. There you go. There you go. Well, you know what? Yes, he pulled a Tom Aspinall, but not the kind of Tom Aspinall that you think, the Curtis Blades fight. Pantoja don't got the dog in him. Give Van his credit. Yeah, man. Van. Wow, Joshua Van is a second. Yo, man. Shout out to that, man. Man, Joshua Van putting it on for the Asian boys, bro. Aspinall. What do we got here? Yeah, no, I don't understand this language. This is definitely from somebody from Myanmar. He says F Myanmar though. Yeah, yeah, for real, for real, for real. You know, I thought he was when I first saw him, I thought he was Cambodian or like Vietnamese, you know, like kind of like the Asian homies we got out here in Sacramento and all that, you know? Says, damn. Says Aspinall's wow, man. I'm so proud of Joshua Van Doe. Joshua the Fearless Van. Yup. That's right, man. Hold him up in the air. Wow, dude. Mario calling Aspinall he ain't even, bro, he's not even involved in this fight. Everybody wants to throw Aspinall into the mix and he's not even involved in none of this. Oh man, I'm so happy and stoked for Joshua Van, bro. And you know he's gonna get a Joe Rogan podcast. He lives in Texas too, so he's like a drive away. Oh, okay, he says thank you, Yash. Okay, okay, got it, got it. Jesus, got it. Okay, got it, got it. Thank you. Oh man, that's awesome, man. He's got his whole family up there. His mom, his sister, his little brother. His little brother has a fake UFC belt. Look at this. Imagine winning a championship like this. I don't think Joshua Van really cares, right? You know, he got here and this is, you know, the situation that came about with him. But yeah, why isn't that a no contest like Gane and Aspinall? Because it's not a foul. It's not a foul to pick up a man's leg and throw them to the ground. And oh, well, if you landed on your arm and broke your arm, that's on you. Break your eye, it's a no contest. Because eye pokes are illegal. Break your arm, it's a championship. Yup, that's what it is. Because it wasn't a foul, Savachi. That's the reason why. You know, it's not illegal for you to pick up another man on his legs and then throwing him to the ground. But yeah. Man, we got some Burmese people in here now, man, thanks to Joshua Van. Oh, what is that? Taira in the front row? Yeah, that's good, man. You know, have a little bit of some Asian on Asian you know, championship fight, right? An all Asian championship fight, Japanese versus Burmese. You know, the whole world gonna be on its knees asking for it. Look at this. They got the Myanmar people up in there. Yup, the new generation is here. That's right, bro. That's what I said earlier. Yo, if Joshua Van topples this dude, this is new generation stuff right here. But whereas with Marab and Homeboy, you know, they're yeah, Marab and Jan, they're still the current generation right now. So wow, man. Wow. What a crazy night. Crazy, crazy night, boys. Yeah, Pantoja is going to be out for a long time, though, right? Now, a lot of people are probably going to say, you know what? Maybe we should get a rematch out of this, that, and the other. But yeah, man, I think he's going to be out for a long time, though, man. Straight up. He'll be out for a long time. He'll be out for a long time, gang. Yeah, he's going to be out for a long time. Yeah. Yep. Wow, man. Yep. Well, we got Merab. Man, fighting injured. Yeah, getting injured and then fighting injured in a fight is never ideal. That's what it is. No, the force of Van broke his arm. There you go. There you go. Right. You know what? That's a very good way of looking at it. He says, "Yeehaw!" Conor mocking Cerrone voice. You know what, man? Conor McGregor is the reason why Joshua Van is here, right? He literally said that, hey, you know what, man? He literally said that when I saw the Conor McGregor and Floyd Mayweather fight, he's like, man, who is this crazy white guy doing all this and that? And the next thing you know, he goes to an MMA gym and, was inspired since then. Now here he is, man. You know what I mean? So, yeah, Conor McGregor, man, I'm telling you, man, a lifetime of influence that he's had over different fighters. This is why Conor, acts so reckless, because he knows that he is like the influential force in the world of MMA and that his legacy will always be there. He says, Kamzat too. Merab newer than Jan. Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, Merab is definitely, no, you know what? Merab has more fights though, but yeah, I think they are the current of this generation right now. They are the current bantamweight, guys, right? Like when I saw Peter Yan fight Uriah Faber, I knew that was the time of when it was going to be the new generation, on the rise. So, yeah, man. Yeah. When Uriah got beat up by Peter Yan, I knew straight off the bat, like, you know what? This is a new generation. So, yeah, Peter Yan is that new generation. Uriah, man, he was the top 135er back in the days, bro. The WEC days. This right here reminds me of a WEC card from back in the days, right? Because the smaller guys are usually like, the most, featured, right? WEC back in the days featured guys at 155 and below. So 155, 45, 35, and 25. That was their specialty. Speaking of 135 legends, here's me training with Scott Jorgensen. You guys remember this guy, Scott Jorgensen right there. And then how about Cody McKenzie? You guys remember him, the Guillotine King, right? He was in the Ultimate Fighter with George St. Pierre back in the days. But yeah, man, good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right. All right, so we are on to the main event right now. Before we head to the main event, let's look at 1 month ago. Ankalaev fires Ali Abdelaziz. Truth behind the story. Manager forces injured fighter. Let's find out. All right, we are on to the main event right now. And Kamaru Usman, and then all the way down to just fighters that you wouldn't even expect was with Ali Abdelaziz, like Dan Ige. The list goes on. He is the manager to the stars. Some will call him a babysitter. Some will call him a towel holder. Some will call him a loyal friend. Those are the extremes that you get out of Ali Abdelaziz. But what he did was tell Ankalaev that, hey, listen, you can't go into this fight with a broken rib. You are the champion. Alex Pereira is the challenger. Okay, he was the champion, a very popular champion, and you beat him, and you decided to go in there and fight him again with a broken rib for the second time. And for what? Maybe an extra cash, maybe extra money, because of the fact that he is, after all, Alex Pereira, and whether he is a challenger or the champion, going into a fight with him would be a lucrative process for any fighter. So it was very tempting for him to take that, even with a broken rib. And I believe Ali. I don't think Ali has any reason to lie. Now, why is it that Uncle Ali was upset? There's a lot of emotions involved. There's also aspects of not being in the right state of mind. Truth Seeker says, yeah, a broken rib is a valid excuse to pull out. Correct. However, there's a lot of pressure. Even with that, though, there's a lot of pressure that comes with wanting to stay in that fight, right? Now, Khabib, on the other hand, he would never hop into a fight like this. Uncle Ayub is a different animal. Khamzat is a different animal. Khamzat would go and fight on the day of Ramadan while fasting. Islam and Khabib would never do such things, even though they also participate in fasting and Ramadan and things of that nature. So yes, a broken rib is a valid excuse, but there's a lot of pressure that comes with that, right? We don't know the type of pay and the type of salary structure that Uncle Ayub has going on. What we do know is that Uncle Ayub is in a lucrative opportunity to fight him for the second time again, right? And he'll never have that opportunity again, and then he may never have that with other contenders that he may have had to face within that division.
What happens when real patients...
Yes, we are here to cover it, Jason Best. Shout out to you. Let me know what part of the world you are from, and I hope that you are enjoying this content right now. Because the topic that we are talking about right now is Uncle Ayub and Ali Abdelaziz. Ali Abdelaziz. So please understand that. Okay, thank you. I am from PA. Shout outs to PA, man. Shout out to everybody in Pennsylvania. Shout out to everybody in the East Coast and all of that. Truth says, yeah, but having a broken rib puts you at a big risk of losing your win money. Correct. So we don't know what is the underlying motivation that Uncle Ayub had going on to go into this fight with a broken rib. We also don't know why he's so upset at Ali revealing this. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that Uncle Ayub does not want to make it seem like he has any excuses. And let me Sorry, it got muted there for a second. And just like what Marty said over here, it is a valid excuse to pull out of this fight. A very valid excuse. If you didn't pull out of this fight, it would not have been, honestly, the smartest thing in the world for you to do. But unfortunately, he picked his decision, and as a result of that, he's never getting a rematch because Alex Pereira is too much of a bigger star, and they think of Uncle Ayub as a very boring champion. So that's the literal synopsis behind it. Truth Seeker says revealing that he was injured is an attempt to justify the trilogy fight. Revealing that he was injured is an attempt to justify. Well, okay, that's a very good point. That's a very good point, right? Now, the problem with that, Marty, is now Uncle Ayub seems sincere about retiring, never wanting to come back. So think about that. He never wants to come back again. Adam says, Mahmoudov the caveman, he will win. I'm uncle. Oh, okay, you're Mahmoudov's uncle is what you're saying. Okay, well, shout out to you, Adam. By the way, for those of you that don't know, oh, wow. How about this, man? The Bangladeshi boxer right now. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, Adam is a very common name in the Muslim world, right? With Arabs, with Chechens, with Pakistanis, with Afghans. So, yeah, Adam Mahmoudov is your last name probably. But on any regard, speaking of the OVs in the world and the bearded guys like me out there, yeah, man, Uncle Ayub is dead serious about retiring right now. So there is no justification for a rematch at all. So there you have it. That is my segment and a little bit of my rant on Ali Abdulaziz and Uncle Ayub cutting ties. So I'm actually going to put that. I'm actually going to put that on the timeline. All right, so there it is, guys. There it is, guys. We are now on to the main event of the evening right now. We are on to the main event of the evening. So what do we got right here? Jan's dad was half Chinese. Okay, I did not know that. Peter Jan's dad was Chinese. Let's go, Marab. Marab versus Marab full Georgian. They should have had Lil Wayne, No Limit, Cash Money perform at this fight for the Georgians. Huh? What's the context behind Lil Wayne and the Georgians? Straight Georgia, no Atlanta. Peter, oh, got it. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, got it. Georgia, no Atlanta. Got it. Okay. Peter Yan, walkout music, LOL. This is what the Russians listen to when they push back the Ukrainians from the invaders from Europe. Georgia is part of Turkey, so Marab is really Turkish. Okay, so that's an interesting take right there. All right, man. All right, yeah, that's right, man. It is a weapon. It is absolutely a weapon for sure. Using the type of tenacity and the type of the type of cardio that he puts out there. I mean, it is just relentless. Yeah, that's true, man. A lot of people, when they're done with a fight, they just want to get away from training, but not Marab, man. He was, back running the next day. Marab is, he's a different beast. He's a different animal. So, all right, main event of the evening. Let's go. Yeah, Marab is older. Yeah, he is. He is. He is. And you know what? For the age that he has, right? I mean, you're gonna beat first. Jan gonna beat him in the first round. Man, you know what? He needs to, bro. That's what he needs to do if he wants to even have a chance at this fight at all. Yeah, that's what he needs to do. Yeah, that's the only way he's gonna have a successful run at this. My man, shout out to everybody in Asia, Southeast Asia. We got an Asian American world champion. No mercy, Jan. Murab! Here is Murab. Let's go, Murab. Murab. The machine. All right, here we go, guys. The fight is about to start right now. All right, here we go. Round number one. A couple of years in the making. All right, here's Murab right now, circling around as Peter Yan is walking him down. Right, the type of aggressive striker that Peter Yan is, it is natural that you're going to see him do that, switching stances by Peter Yan right now. All right, so here's some jabs by Murab, opening up some jabs. Fresh says Yan for the win. Yeah, you know what? It would be fun to see Yan win this, right? You know, it's a sort of like offset. Yeah, sort of offset like the division right now. We kind of need something different in the division, I would assume. You know, anti-Zuck. There you go. Yeah, Murab over there hanging out with the big dogs of the world, right? You know, the Illuminati of the world. You know, he's a mainstream guy. That's what he likes to do. Yeah. But will he win though? I don't know, man. You know, we'll see how he does so far in the first couple of minutes opening up. Not bad so far, right? You know, really moving forward towards Murab, really just trying to offset what Murab has going on. Yeah, very excellent boxing by Peter Yan. Yeah, Abdul Manap said that one of his favorite fighters outside of his team was Peter Yan. You know, he had a lot of high praises for Peter Yan. You know, so also Yan have children to feed. Yeah, Murab doesn't have kids, does he? He's not a family man, right? Which is kind of weird for a Georgian. You know, even though he's not Muslim, right? For a Georgian, that's kind of weird. You know, because they're so family orientated. They can't, even though, you know, they kind of push them to, you know, marry at a certain age, but guess that's what happens when he decided to live in America and you know, and hang out with Aljo. Oh, he just rocked him. Murab is hurt, man. That's what you need to do, bro. You need to hurt Murab very early. And then here's Murab right now looking for a takedown. Peter Yan really looking, trying hard to stuff it here. Okay, just make sure that same thing doesn't happen to you that, you know, in the Joshua Band fight. Okay, but now Murab has got a body lock on him right behind him, trying to trip him down. All right, so Merab is keeping a body lock on Peter Yan right now. Yeah, maintaining this body lock position right now. Right, there's a 1-2 shot by Merab. Sabachi says, "Quiet, cuck juice. Watch the fight." I love the the back and forth between you two. And Fresh kind of he needs that in his life. He needs a little pushback in his life. All right, so 15 seconds left into the first round right now. Man, really good round for Peter Yan. Now, Sabachi wasn't a first round knockout, but I tell you what, man, I'm confident in giving Yan that first round. Yeah, I'm very confident in giving him that first round for sure. Juice said, Sabachi needs some juice in his mouth. So by the fact that your name is Juice, you're saying that's kind of gay. Sorry, excuse me. I choked on some cashews. Sorry. Open wide, Sabachi. I know you like it. Yeah, man. Come on, chill with the gay stuff, man. You know what I mean? Like, I thought you're anti-rainbow. What's up with all that, Fresh? All right, round 2. Look at Merab, really anxious to get in there. Referee telling him to back up. Yeah, when you're judging on damage, you might be able to make a case for Peter Yan. Yeah, it is, bro. It is. When you do stuff, when you say you're going to do stuff to a man that you normally should do with the opposite, it is kind of GAY. I mean, that is the literal definition of it. Yeah, very good takedown defense on the part of Peter Yan here. I can tell you, I highly doubt that he would like that. You say you're friendly. I tell you what, you would be friendly in person, but you're not friendly online. You know what I mean? Like you would be friendly in person because you would have no choice. Otherwise, you get slapped up. You know what I mean? But like online, you're not very friendly. Just being honest. You know what I mean? Merab trying to play it safe and just gonna crotch sniff for points. Yeah, that's what at least he's trying to do. But Peter Yan's doing a very good job of stuffing those takedowns. They don't know Yan used to train with Khabib. Okay, well, there you go, right? Yeah, man, he's used to, having Khabib all up on him like that. Like, Merab is nowhere near the type of pressure that Khabib will put on you. Imagine a little 135er like Peter Yan up in there getting grinded on by Khabib at AKA. Yup. But now look at this. Peter Yan with an offensive wrestling of his own. Oh, wow. But look at the scrambles on Merab. Cuck Juice gets pegged by Polish colonizers. Jan got Merab boxing now. Yup. Yo, like Peter Yan is a lot more well-rounded than people give him credit for. Oh, you a boxer now? Jan and the Nate Diaz boys. Yeah, I don't think he trained with the Diaz brothers. I think he did do a photo op with them, but I don't think he trained with them. Yeah, man, Peter Yan's looking really good right now. All right, so here's Merab right now continuing with these wrestling exchanges right now. Yeah, Jan got Merab playing this game. Yep. Look at his body lock position with Merab right now. Good shots right here. Merab shooting in. Ooh. All right. Round two, I might have to give it to Merab, but yeah, Peter Yan, I agree with Joe Rogan. He is at a championship form tonight. All right, guys. We're on to round number 3 right now. Oh, nice high kick right there by Merab. Yeah, Jan effed his nose up. Savachi Financial said, yeah, bro. Look at the blood coming out of that. Hey, win or lose, Merab certainly is not going for a run after this fight. Oh, he just slammed him on his head. He just slammed him on his head. He landed right on top of his head. I can't believe that, man. That was crazy, bro. Oh, wow. Oh, I feel so foolish picking Merab right now. I really do. I feel like a fool picking Merab. You know, but whoever had a parlay, oh, look at this. He's going to go Matt Hughes style on him right now. Matt Hughes and Frank Trigg style. Okay, now there's another one right there. Another takedown by Merab with the body lock position. Yeah, that's right. That is true, right? That is what you got to do with Merab. You got to sprint early in the rounds because once it's the fourth, fifth, oh my goodness, man, he's going to be very difficult to deal with. And we got less than 3 minutes left in the third round for Jan to work something out right here. He's got to work something here. He's doing a very good job of stuffing that takedown, man. Good exchanges in these close range shots right here. Now, here's another single leg attempt. Very good stuff by Peter Yan. He's like, man, you know how many hours I've had Khabib on me like that? Like, you're Merab. I did this with Khabib at the AKA, cage. Oh, good shots right there. Yeah, Jan is starting to slow down because of all that explosive actions that he had to put on in order for him to hurt Merab the way that he did right now. But here's the thing. If you empty out your tank trying to do that, man, it's just Merab. He's always just, one takedown away from recontrolling the fight. Savachi says, I mean, his head, Jan is thinking, you're a boxer now? It is Diaz's voice. Yeah. I mean, his head, he's thinking, Jan is thinking, you're a boxer now? I mean, Merab been a boxer, right? He's a boxer with the right partner. But he really is trying to be a boxer right now because Peter Yan is forcing a boxing match into this fight. Peter Yan's entire game is boxing, right? He has a master's of boxing in degree in Russia, right? So that's his specialty is boxing. But he's doing a very good job of stuffing the takedowns, also taking Merab down when he needs to. And as a result of that, he's also giving Merab some problems as well. Merab got that dog in him, though. He does, man. He does. Like Nate goes, you're a wrestler now? Yeah. Yeah, he does have that dog in him for sure. Ooh, good knees right there by Peter Yan. Okay, now there's Merab right now walking him down. I don't think, you know what? I think Peter Yan has enough energy to keep fighting, but keep fighting in a... Ooh, there's a body kick. He just hurt Merab. Merab is backing up after that one. You got to go after him right now, Peter Yan. You got to go after him right now. Wow, man. Yeah, Merab is busted up right now, man. Merab is busted up. Yeah, that takedown right there. He says, I told you. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude. Yeah, you know your MMA, bro. You definitely do, bro. Shout outs to you, man. You definitely know your stuff. Savachi picks live on Wednesdays. Picks live on Wednesdays at 9. Oh, snap. Okay. You're going to do some picks on Wednesdays at 9. All right, for sure. I'll pull up on the live. If it's a live or if it's a video, I'll pull up on the comment section. Yeah, bro. I really got this one wrong. And you know what? I really should have taken into consideration. That, wow, you know what? You can potentially really drain yourself having these back-to-back fights that Merab has. And look, they are draining. They are simply draining because he is a 135er. Okay, this is not like a heavyweight fighting 4 times a year. You could get away with that at heavyweight. You could get away with that if you're a small light heavyweight. You could get away with that if you're a small middleweight, right? But if you're a regular size 135er that has to cut from 20 to 30 pounds, it's going to be a problem. And 4 times is a problem. But he's not looking really out of gas here, right? He's just still shooting in, constantly shooting in. And like I said, I don't think that, wow, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Look at this. He reverses right there. Now there's Merab attempting guillotine as he's being pushed up into the fence by Petr Yan. Okay, now he gets him down. But as he gets him down, there's a guillotine attempt by Merab. There's not a lot of pressure into it. He doesn't have the legs wrapped around it. Okay, but now it looks very tight. He's preventing the legs from wrapping around him right there. Okay, and Petr Yan is circling to his left to get away from that guillotine choke. Very good. This is a very good fight, man. I agree with DC and Joe Rogan in a commentary right now. There it is, man. There's another kick right there by Petr Yan. Yeah, Petr Yan has some real good body kicks for sure. Yeah, Yan a machine though. He's like a computer P. He's like a computer. Okay, Yan downloading Merab. Yes. Yes, he was downloading him this whole entire fight, bro. It's like he saw things in Merab. And you know what? Fighting him one time, helps. And it was a very close matchup. I think they even went to a split decision. That's how close it was. Okay, Fresh, listen, chill with all of this right now, okay? We got a good championship matchup going on right now, and you're over here like suggesting, rainbow comments, you know what I mean, and all these rainbow innuendos, man. Come on now. Don't ruin this moment, man. At least enjoy this moment for the sake of MMA. He said he started it. Yeah, but you maybe, but you know what? At least he's having the wits and all to like appreciate this beautiful matchup right now. And by the way, a matchup that he didn't necessarily predict it, to the T like this, but he did pick Petr Yan. Right, even though he did say that, he was going to get him in the first round, but that's not the case. You never get Merab in the first round. But he says Merab pulled out of Adesanya, tried to fight too much. Yes, same with Ferreira. Yup. And this is the limits right here, right? He could have just easily, but you know what? Hey, listen, man, credit to Merab. He could have sat out on this one. Right? He could have sat out on this one. Joshua Van and Pantoja would have been the main event. And then that would have been our night. It would have been done by now. We would have all gone home by now. Right? It's an easy prediction. Even Miller knew. Yeah, he did. Miller did pick Yan. Yes, he did. He did pick Yan to win this one. And now we got one more round of this. Wow, man. 20 minutes down. Wow, why is Aljamain Sterling telling Merab to take out his mouthpiece? They're body punches. All right, man. We got one more round of this, man. All right, round number 3. Round number 5, sorry. Round. All right, here we go, man. Final round. 4:30, 4:29. Man, good right hands by Peter Yan right here. Ooh. Yeah, Peter Yan just walking him down at this point right now. Just constant walk downs. Doesn't seem to have really a lot of answer to this right now. Okay, so now here's Merab attempting a takedown. Man, yeah, all the blood that is in the back. He's trying to guillotine him right here. Now Yan is right on top, man. This is crazy. Yeah, this has been a really good fight between them, man. Yeah, man, Merab is on the verge of potentially losing this fight right now, man. Oh, man, there it is, man. There's another shot to the body right there. Man, Peter Yan got a takedown. That is sealing the deal right there. And that is it, man. Fifth takedown of the fight in the 5th round. Performance by the underdog. Find me a person out there who predicted Peter Yan decision win, let alone a 4-1 or R 5-0 sweep. Wow. Mike Bond. Ben MMA says you could easily give Yan all these rounds. In my opinion, he's done all the damage and had all the big moments, but Merab is so insanely tough. Yeah, how about that, man? The pace that he's maintained in this one. Wow. Wow, man, that was a very close fight, man. Wow, man. All right. We are going to find out who won this fight right here. Yeah, Yan did it. Yan did it. Yeah, Mario, I agree, bro. He did it, bro. He absolutely did it. I already got the thumbnails ready for the upcoming video. By unanimous decision, who's the winner? And the winner is... and it is Peter Yan. There you go, guys. Peter Yan. Peter Yan is the new undisputed champion of the world. Well-deserved. He absolutely deserved this win right here. He absolutely deserved this win. He did. Yup, 2-time bantamweight champion of the world, mind you. Forza Jan. He says robbery. Nah, it ain't no robbery, bro. He absolutely earned this one. He said that he punished him with strikes in his fight, man. He's asking him, was there anything surprising in his rematch? I was thinking they might give it to Merab being Zuck's friend and all. Yeah, that's how it works, man. Our reality is fixed again. There it is. He says, I knew it. And knew O'Malley robbed Jan. Listen, man, styles make fights, man. Wow, man. Yeah. Yeah. He said that UFC changed his life. Wow. Wow, man. The new bantamweight champion of the world. Wow. Amazing stuff, man. Amazing stuff. And there's Merab. Says he gave it all as entertainment fight. Yep. All right, guys, I will be right back. I will be right back. I'm going to play a video from the time of when Sean Strickland became a world champion and how the UFC was not going to be happy with that. Now, is the UFC happy with Peter Yan winning this one? Probably not, but not as worse as if it was what's his name? Sean Strickland. Well, let me show you why. Okay. And I'll be right back for some bonus coverage. Okay. So come check this out. I will be right back for some bonus coverage and we'll get it cracking. To the shareholders of the UFC that one of your biggest stars in the world, Israel Adesanya, a guy who has swagger, a guy who can dance, a guy who understands the hip-hop American culture and comes from a very exotic place like New Zealand, but has a Nigerian background. All these cultural mashing that you can add into the repertoire of Israel Adesanya's marketing. All of that now gone with having a champion that is a Nazi. Okay? Now, I know that sounds harsh to say. I understand that Sean Strickland has redeemed himself from his old ways, came up with having black training partners, other minorities that train with him and help him in his preparation for his up-and-coming matchups leading all the way to the championships. I understand that's not fully the case. The problem is Sean Strickland still says a lot of racially inflammatory things that, let's just be honest, a lot of right-wing working-class white guys can relate to. Let's just call it what it is. And the problem is, when you have a company like Disney, that is a serious problem to deal with as a company. So now, what do? Because Israel Adesanya came into this fight expecting a tune-up. The executives of Disney, the UFC, Zuffa, the Endeavor Management Group in LA that is affiliated and owns the UFC, they were all expecting a tune-up fight in Sean Strickland. That's not what they got. What they got was a very horrible stylistic matchup, which, by the way, is a reality in mixed martial arts on any given day. On any given day, anybody can beat anyone around the world and in any gym. In any gym around the world where there's sparring going on, there's championship level guys that are getting beat, and then there's guys that are current world champions getting their hands put on by somebody who is lesser than them in the rankings, and they are world champion, getting their butts whooped, with the likes of Mike Tyson mentioning this. And by the way, this is the reason why Vince McMahon said that he never wanted to buy or somehow invest in mixed martial arts when he had the chance to do it. And the reason why is because you cannot build stars in mixed martial arts. And primarily, that is the reason why a lot of guys have these problems with fighter pay. Because the reality is that it's not that the company doesn't want to pay you any more money or anything like that. The reality of the situation is that the company just can't afford it or justify the salary that they're going to give you with your lack of contribution to the sales or the pay-per-views or the merchandising that deals with the company. So that is their justification behind all that. And unfortunately, sometimes they can be right about that. So that's the unfortunate thing about fighter pay that you have to understand. So now, Sean Strickland is the world champion. Is he a popular champion? Well, to be honest with you, I think he's very popular among the hardcore MMA community. And I think that alone projects a different level of view as opposed to what is in the outside world, the mainstream world. Because I always emphasize and tell you guys, what you have and what you got going on in the MMA world will not always translate directly into the mainstream world. So just because, let's say, a group of people support Sean Strickland, it doesn't mean that he's going to make Conor McGregor numbers. Israel Adesanya already has been proven to be a star over and over again. And then there were times where, let's say, he didn't have the highest pay-per-view numbers. It tanked because maybe he didn't have the right opponent. Maybe he didn't have the right promotion leading up into the fight, or just the right amount of hype or interest that he created leading up to those particular fights. But nonetheless, he is still a star. And on top of that, the way that Sean Strickland describes him in the Nelk Boys podcast is that he somehow fits a certain agenda. So how symbolic that he goes into this fight, wins against a guy that has these contrasting values that he does. Look at Izzy. He's got his nails painted. He wears pearls and he's a male. He does a lot of things that are quintessentially contrasting to the ideas of, let's say, traditional masculinity. And then here comes Sean Strickland, who fills all those roles in his current moment of time and in his current stage of, let's say, his persona that he has, right? In comparison to, let's say, his past persona as a former neo-Nazi of a Los Angeles skinhead gang member, right? All these things are bad news. So even though he's not really a Nazi, that's not the view of the world that is around him. That is not the view of, let's say, the average fans. They just hear that one time and they're going to run with it. And then on top of that, this is not something that Sean vehemently denies by any stretch of the imagination. You got guys out there that are former gang members, guys that have been part of terrorist organizations, people that have done horrible things, crimes against humanity, whether they were part of a government, a gang, or a rebel group, or any of that sort. A lot of these people, they will deny that they are part of any of these groups. You ask Sean Strickland straight up, he'll tell you, yup, I'm part of that. I was this guy. But because of that, it was because of this redemption story that I rose above it. I started hanging out with more minorities. I started becoming more of a diverse kind of guy. I started having different friends, so on and so forth. Now I'm the new Sean Strickland. This is my new persona, or this and that. Yes, this is all true. This is all a reality of what Sean Strickland has going on. But what he also has going on, unfortunately, are these other things that haunt his past. And this is the reason why the UFC and Dana White did not want him to win. They looked at it as a tune-up fight. Because let's face it, what was the big fight in the horizon? Do you guys remember the summer of 2023? One of the greatest summers of mixed martial arts, and probably even one of the best summers of my life. And part of that was because of the mixed martial arts that had gone on. And then the other experience that I've had traveling up and down California multiple times within a span of a month. But neither here or there. The point of the matter is, during that time of summer of 2023, you had UFC 290. Dricus du Plessis does what? He commits a serious upset in the same similar fashion that you get an upset with the likes of, right now, Sean Strickland taking on Israel Adesanya, defeating him. 5-round decision. Okay? Nobody expected that, just like Dricus du Plessis. So then he wins. They have this storyline going on with Israel Adesanya about who is the real African. And then, of course, it's tied into the South African apartheid history, and being that Dricus du Plessis is the ancestral inheritance of the people that may have colonized that land. Here he is. Israel Adesanya goes up in the octagon after his win, calls him the N-word multiple times, and then Dricus du Plessis only replies with, yeah, I may be African, but you're not my brother, and this and that. It was great. It was an absolute masterpiece of promotion that's supposed to lead to the next fight. You could have led it all the way to, let's say, November, right? And then it never had happened. So because of that, now Israel wanted to continue on his active streak that he had going on. He's a very active fighter, right? Constantly fighting month after month and year after year. Of course, he's had 80 to 90 kickboxing fights, over 100, almost 200 some odd combat sports events in his entire career. So he's a very experienced man, just like Sean Strickland is a very experienced man in ways that's not counted. He constantly goes and fights in the gyms. And guess what? He's constantly honed in. He's got his sights literally set up to its battle site, its battle zone, and its sense of alertness is constantly there. So he's just ready. He was at the right place at the right time, and then Izzy was just way too active and perhaps maybe a little too tired from all these training camps that he had done. Maybe he had stretched himself out a little bit too thin. But nonetheless, one of the things that I have to really tell you in this video and that I have to emphasize is really the UFC and its investors and business partners do not like this. But that's the beauty of combat sports. You can't control it. However, they are still a business. But at the same time, you can't control.
Locked up at Chowchilla Women's Prison, Folsom Institute for Women, or anywhere else in the system, a global settlement may be coming in 2025.
California staff allegedly engaged in inappropriate behavior towards inmates.
Now more than 600 lawsuits are already filed, just like the Catholic Church and Boy Scouts cases.
What if my story doesn't count? Most people never file because they think their story doesn't count until it's too late.
Once the final lawsuit is filed, the door slams shut forever.
It takes just 60 seconds. 3 questions. That's it. Do nothing, and you get nothing. Act now, and it could change your life.
I almost missed it. Don't make the same mistake.
Click now. Once this page disappears, so does your chance.
What if I could build my ideal hiring app with Base 44? Hiring is chaotic. Resumes, conversations, disconnected systems. Today, I can finally build an app shaped around the way we work, tailored with our pipelines, workflows, and total visibility. Making an offer is never just a number. I want a tool that calculates salary ranges, equity, benefits, all of it, into one clear view, sent straight to candidates. What else can I add? I set an AI partner that understands how we hire. Writing descriptions that sound like me. Pre-screening to my standards. So my hiring gets smarter, not just faster. All built my way. My numbers clear, my workflows managed, my data secured. Because in the end, it's not about filling roles. It's about building the team that will take us forward. Base 44, build it your way.
The results of the competition. Because even though we wanted to live in this main character syndrome world of Israel Adesanya being the hero and then fighting the South African colonizer, just like real mixed martial arts and the results that happen into it, it doesn't work out like that. Just like life, a lot of things don't work out the way that you want them to. You try to negotiate a certain deal, you don't get it. You try and make out a certain amount of, let's say, leverage to your side. It doesn't always happen. Maybe you want a little bit more, but then you got a little bit less from the negotiation deal that you had. Maybe you wanted a job that, let's say, described as doing something like this or doing something in the executive level, and then you get hit with, let's say, being an associate of some sort, rather than, let's say, the top dog of the company. Okay, you wanted to be world champion or the gold medalist in the Olympics, but instead you ended up getting the bronze. That's okay. You can use that and catapult yourself into becoming the greatest boxer of all time, which is what Floyd Mayweather did. He lost in the amateurs, but he never lost in the pros, and he learned from that lesson. So that is the reality of combat. Your heroes aren't always going to win. And Sean Strickland, unfortunately, is the biggest anti-hero that I think you can really understand that is existing today in mixed martial arts. Again, I go at it over and over again. He was a former Nazi. He says all these things that are not desirable in the modern feminist world. And yes, those are some aspects that I may agree with on terms of what Sean Strickland views in the world. But in all honesty, I'm going to tell you guys, I don't like Sean Strickland's views on Islam. And if you want me to dissect and explain to you why, here it is. He's mentioned in the Nelk Boys that in Islam, we indoctrinate women into wearing a hijab. And he says that it's BS, that, yeah, it's their choice, it's not, or this and that. Here's the thing that Sean Strickland has to understand. He's looking at a world from a very deducted view in terms of the way that he only sees fit as to what he believes is morale. Now, the Western morale is be nice to everybody, treat everybody how you want to be treated. Yes, the golden rule. But then with Islam, there are certain things that are a little more complicated than that. For example, yes, there's a lot of things that we don't believe in, such as free mixing. Okay, we understand that in modern society, there are men and women that work side by side in all different professions. That's fine. But it doesn't mean that we have to choose to be in these types of careers that is not in line with our religion. And we have the choice to do that.
Taxes is feeling unlucky. Now Taxes is an open door to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts. They do your taxes, so you can walk out with confidence. Now this is Taxes.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see your business here, see it here, and see it here, so you stand out. Even when they're way back here. Get 15% off signs and banners at Vistaprint.com.
But the problem is, with somebody like Sean Strickland, the way that he grew up, and even DC mentions it, no one ever loved this guy until he was in a gym full of guys that shared a certain brotherhood. And then after that, he became this guy that understood the world from a bigger spectrum point of view. Coming from a Southern California neo-Nazi into a guy that literally believes in brotherhood amongst men in combat. A universal theme that we as men, no matter what race, religion, creed, or ethnicity, can relate to. But his views on Islam, I'm going to challenge it right now. I think they're completely wrong. I think that there are women in Islam that choose to wear the hijab based on their fear of God. And here's the thing. I don't know if Sean Strickland believes in any religion or any type of organized way of thinking or anything like that. But I can tell you from an Islamic perspective, I truly believe that perhaps, maybe, again, my opinion, Allah knows best. But from an Islamic perspective, I believe that Allah gave a blessing to Sean Strickland. And why is that? Well, because of the fact that this guy came up in a very troubled youth. By the way, no children ever deserve to be abused. No children ever deserve to be exposed to pornography in the way that his dad exposed him at 13 or 14 years old. No kid deserves that. And then another thing, no kid chooses to be who their parents are. And with all these hardships that you go through, at some point, you have to get your break. And this is one of the things that you can really appreciate with Sean Strickland. But back to the main point at hand, the UFC does not want him to be champion because it is bad for their brand. It doesn't coincide with the inclusive access of mentality that, let's say, these left-wing liberal companies want to show to the world. Imagine showing Sean Strickland as your world champion. Imagine that. What is that like for a company that is affiliated with Disney, Endeavor, and all these other Hollywood agents that are within this woke culture that is going on right now? And look, I'm not here to criticize any political point of view. Obviously, you guys know where I stand in terms of Islamic values. That's where I stand with that. But when it comes to the right-wing, left-wing dilemma of America, I mean, I'd have to say that I have a very neutral opinions on those things. And surprisingly, Sean Strickland himself is in a situation where he's basically the same type of guy. He's a libertarian. He doesn't believe in right or left. And I've mentioned this in the last video about Sean Strickland being a working class hero. Okay, he's not a Trump guy. He doesn't believe Trump is a real conservative. He believes that Trump is only a conservative based on the fact that he wants to appease to a voter base that thinks a certain way. And he's right. So I agree with him on that. So there's a lot of things that I agree with Sean Strickland, and then there's things that I don't. Because Sean Strickland also complains about the feminized domination of Western society against men, yet Islam somehow is not an answer for him in any kind of degree. I mean, the guy is very confused, but you also have to understand Sean Strickland has very loose morals, to which, yes, he says that he believes in American values and this and that, but in all honesty, I got to be honest with you guys. National values only have a certain limit that only religion can fulfill the void of. And you got to understand that. Because if you don't, then you're only missing a lot of pieces in understanding true morality beyond this world, beyond the comprehension of just borders and languages. But when it comes to the overall universal theme that we can agree with Sean Strickland, and this is only talking for the hardcore fans, because the mainstream normie world, they're not going to accept Sean Strickland no matter how good he is. And from a tactician point of view, we really admire what he was able to do against a decorated striker like Izzy. So that hardcore side of us can appreciate him. But the liberal, casual fans, the normies, as I mentioned, will just never understand it. They will never understand the value of his story and the true value of redemption. Because we live in a superficial world where we choose not to believe that anybody is capable of change. But they are. And you know what, guys, I got to tell you, this is one of the most beautiful things that I love about combat sports. Everybody out there has their own different style in how they're going to present MMA. We all talk about the same things, but we all have a different way of going about it. If you're a gambler, well, all you're going to want to hear are the predictions and how the fight is going to play out. And fair play, you want to know who the winners are? I can do that too, but it's not my specialty. My specialty, other than, of course, understanding the tactics of the game and then being able to give you a proper prediction on that, is storytelling, public relations, and then on top of that, being able to relate to the public of what is going on within the insides of the sport, in the insides of what is really going on in the mind of these fighters and the real people that are surrounding these athletes in times of when they're, let's say, dealing with their doctors, dealing with nutritionists, and even USADA agents that are knocking at their door at 5 a.m. in the morning to collect their piss. This is the reality of combat sports that people don't see outside of it. So why is the UFC so threatened by Sean Strickland being champion? Because the majority of the world will never understand anything outside of the superficial value of the fact that he was neo-Nazi, and the fact that he says these things about women, and the fact that he says these things about immigration, and the fact that he says these things about Muslims. It's just never going to fly. And that is why the UFC is going to work night and day to try to topple him while he is the champion and the undisputed champion of the world right now. But only Allah knows best. All right, so let's read this one right here. Strickland is not a Nazi. He's friends with Islam and Khabib. Yeah, he's a Nazi, bro. He's a Nazi. He was a former Nazi. Pantoja and Merab losing shows why champions like Conor and Ilya are not that impressive. The champs that never defend. It's hard to argue with that, man. Very difficult to argue with that. All right, let's do a little recap on tonight's events right here, right? Let's take a look at what we got here. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, a little recap. Early prelims. Okay, let's start with the early prelims. First fight of the night. Muhammad Naimov taking on Myron Santos. Myron Santos gets a third-round knockout against Muhammad Naimov. So Muhammad Naimov going for 5 takedown attempts right here, right? Just a lot of grinding fence, wrestling, and things of that nature. Nothing really came up out of it. Myron Santos gets a knockout late into the third round, right? Just out of nowhere, 1-2 shot. Submission by Mansour Abdul Malik. Okay, so Antonio shoots in, and then what does Abdul Malik do? He basically just gets a guillotine choke right on him. I mean, it was crazy that there was no hand fighting on the part of Antonio, but either way, man, he got in there, choked him out, and he couldn't really do much about it. But great job on Mansour Abdul Malik on this one. Still undefeated, 9-0 and 1 draw. Impressive record. EU versus Ibu. The match between EU versus Ibu. This went into a barn burner situation, right? It went back and forth. They were rocking each other. One guy was knocking the other one down, and the next thing you know, the other guy came back and knocked the other guy down, only for EU to come out on top. Literally a 90-second fight, the best seconds you will ever see. Amazing back and forth. And then Jailin Turner gets a very early Edson Barboza. Now, going into this matchup, I was concerned that Jailin Turner did not have enough cage time, right? He took a bit of a layoff. Hey, it worked out by the end of it. Gets a knockout over the legendary Edson Barboza. Great fight. Marvin Vettori versus Bruno Ferreira goes decision. Both guys had good takedowns on each other. Look, the striking percentage was on the side of Bruno Ferreira during this fight, right? Just seemed like the much more well-rounded fighter, even though Marvin Vettori was the more experienced fighter between the two. Nonetheless, shout out to Bruno Ferreira for the decision win on this one. That's in the early prelims. Now, as we move on, we got Nazim Sadykhov getting knocked out by Firas Ziam in the second round, right? Like literally on the buzzer, gets him. Literally on the buzzer. I mean, wow. Wow, just got him right on the buzzer. It was impressive. It was a great win. It's a great knockout by Firas Ziam. That could have gone either way. It was a back and forth fight, but Firas Ziam gets the knockout. Macy Barber gets a decision over Korean Silva. Not much of a surprise there. 3 out of 5 takedowns. Great grappling exchanges on the part of Macy Barber. And yeah, well-deserved win. Terrence McKenna versus Chris Duncan. Chris Duncan gets a submission over Terrence McKenna. I don't know where Terrence McKenna is going to be for this one, right? I think they're going to continue to put him into prelims. A couple more losses after this. I would imagine that they would cut him at some point, but you never know. Grant Dawson taking on Manuel Torres. Manuel Torres gets a knockout over Grant Dawson. Wow, man. Great knockout, right? Just, they went back and forth Mexican style, right? Just banging. And then, of course, Manuel Marquez gets the knockout. Jan Blachowicz taking on Bogdan Guskov. I like this. You know what? There's not a lot of draws that they put up in the UFC nowadays. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of draws that they really put up, but I like this. I like that they decided to have a draw on this one, right? More fights need to go on a draw more often, and that's just really what it comes down to. But yeah, Henry Cejudo taking on Peyton Talbot. Now, they had a video package for Henry Cejudo. This was his last fight. He knew that this was his last fight. He said it. Peyton Talbot, great job on the takedowns. I was really surprised at the takedowns Peyton Talbot was able to put on in this fight, but by the end of it all, that's really what it comes down to. That's just what it is. He was able to get it done, and that was all she wrote. Brandon Moreno taking on Tatsura Taira. Yeah, Tatsura was able to knock out Brandon Moreno. Yeah, great stoppage right there, right? Just, yeah, man, 18-1 now is Tatsura. Now maybe taking on Joshua Van, which, by the way, leads me to the next one. How about this? I talked about this briefly, right? A lot of people are saying it's a fluke. Look, I agree with the notion that it was Joshua's force that broke the arm of Pantoja. Hey, that's what it is. He broke his arm. It wasn't a foul. It's not like Tom Aspinall faking an eye injury or anything like that. It is what it is. Now, does this say much about Joshua Van's championship performance? How is he going to do with, let's say, Taira or the other killers at the 125 division right now? Well, that all remains to be seen. I tell you what, now moving on. Rob versus Peter Yan. Look, this is a classic case of when guys overtrain and they have no business fighting this many times of the year. And you know what? Peter Yan exposed that. He showed the notion of what happens when you fight that long and that often. Israel Adesanya tried to do it. Alex Pereira tried to do it. Kevin Holland tried to do it. There's a reason why Kevin Holland's not a champion. Donald Cerrone does it. There's a reason why he's not a champion. There's only very few people that could do it and fight this many times a year and actually get away with it. Merab was not one of them. I don't think, in fact, I don't think very few human beings are capable of that, but here's the reality of the situation. Merab is still one of the best in the world. He just was not the best tonight. And as for Peter Yan, well, he's sort of a Buster Douglas type of champion now, right? And that is no disrespect to Buster Douglas, even though he did beat Mike Tyson. But what I'm saying about Buster Douglas is that once he beat a Mike Tyson that was so formidably unbeatable, now you got a champion who is beatable. And what happened with Buster Douglas? He ended up losing to Evander Holyfield. That's the name of the game. Well, Peter Yan, he could lose to Omar. I didn't want Omar to get a shot at Merab because of how dominant Merab has been looking. But by the end of it all, Merab lost and he didn't look that dominant tonight. And now we have a champion in Peter Yan who, no disrespect, is beatable. Everybody is beatable. Tonight, Peter Yan looked unbeatable, and that's all that it really mattered by the end of it all. All right, guys, listen, that is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will be dropping a new video on this particular subject matter at hand. I'll see you in the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe, inshallah.
Simpletons that see your sense of reasonability as a sign of wokeness. This is an intellectual sloth way of living. Blessing to you, my British man, Sacramento, CA. Can I say, Kyrie is a fantastic MMA career, and I'm not just glazing him, because he has obviously illuminated the fact that I'm an intellectual giant. Shout out to you, sir. But Kyrie does have a phenomenal YouTube channel, really good creator. He has a beard that anyone would be jealous over, especially me, as somebody who cannot grow one. Shout out to Kyrie, really good creator. Give the guy a sub. He definitely deserves it. Another person who has reasonable, well thought out takes. Frankie, I still have some friends in London.